Recording in progress.
Welcome, everybody. I want to welcome you to the November 2nd Board of Adjustments meeting. It's 1:30. Can we get a determination of quorum, please?
Don Christensen,
Present.
Rob Pierce,
Present.
Peter Gashan,
Present.
Kathy Julian.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Can you all join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, can we have the ethics law announcement, please?
Thank you. Board members are reminded that if with respect to any matter or any person coming before the board today, you have received a gift or loan, you have a pecuniary interest, you have a commitment in a private capacity such as a family, employment, business, or similar relationship, or you provided representation or counseling before an agency to a person or entity for compensation within the last year, you must disclose that gift, loan, interest, commitment, or prior representation at the time the matter is being considered. You must furthermore abstain from deliberation or voting on the matter if it's clear that the gift, loan, interest, commitment, or prior representation would materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person. Board members are also reminded that under the Board of Adjustment rules, if you have had any contact outside this meeting with any person interested in a matter coming before the board today, you should disclose the nature of that contact at this meeting. Additionally, members of the public may submit public comment by either attending the meeting in person, attending the meeting via teleconference, or attending by telephone only. To provide public comment via Zoom, log into the Zoom webinar at the link on the agenda and utilize the raise hand feature during any public comment period. To provide public comment via telephone only, press *9 to raise hand and *6 to mute unmute.
Thank you. Can we have the appeal procedure, please, Mr. Lloyd?
Yeah, most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and qualify as an aggrieved person or party, you may appeal in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is reduced to writing, filed with the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment, and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-6100 for information on the appeal procedure and the application fee.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I would like to move a couple items on the agenda. I'd like to move item number 5, the public comment, down to where right below 6 for 7, and then I'd like to move the public hearing for the Silver Circle, which is the, it's case number 8F. I'd like to move that up to the next item on the agenda. And I need to get approval from the board. Is it okay if we move these items around?
I agree.
Okay. I need to get a motion first, and then can I get a motion to move the items around?
For the record, Don Christensen, I move that we move the, in the agenda, the Silver Circle matter to the first item.
After the, after the approval of November 2nd meeting, so it's going to go right between 6 and 7. And,
Yes.
Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nay? Okay. So we need to go to the Silver Circle then. Can we go ahead and get that brought up?
We have general public comment first.
We were going to move the public comment down to around after this.
After this, okay.
Because we're going to have public comment for the Silver Circle during the hearing. So we're going to move that item separately.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. This is special use permit case number WSUP 230029. So, Silver Circle Ranch for hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve a special use permit to bring an existing legal non-conforming commercial stable to board 35 horses into conformance with Washoe County Code and to allow for the construction of a 13,500 square foot indoor riding arena structure. The applicant is also requesting modifications to remove the requirement for paved parking surfaces to allow non-paved surfaces and to waive landscaping standards for commercial uses. Representing Washoe County in this matter is Planner Julie Olander.
Planner Olander, you will need to turn on the clicker.
Should we do disclosures?
Good afternoon, it's Julie Olander.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Are there any disclosures that need to be made?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I did a site visit with Julie yesterday and got to take a look at the place.
What item is?
Yes.
I as well toured the facility.
All right, I'm Julie Olander, planning and building. So this is a special use. Yeah, you're here. I have to be turned on. Is it turned on? It's on. You hear me now? No, it's not on. It's on. The light's not on.
Mr. Chair, apparently the microphone is not working. So recording secretary, she's calling tech services to assist. So we may have to take a short recess.
Okay. All right, let's take, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 5-minute recess. It's 1:38, we'll resume in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can we hear? Is everybody hearing? Okay. I beg your pardon? Okay, I'll speak loudly. All right, this is a special use permit for Silver Circle Ranch. And this is a request for a commercial stables for 35 horses and for a 13,500 square foot indoor riding arena. The request includes modifying the standard for paved parking and also to waive screening requirements for commercial properties that are adjacent to residential properties. This is where the property is located off of Holcomb Ranch Road at the bend there somewhat, just to get everybody oriented. The parcel has a regulatory zoning of 93% high-density rural HDR, 7% general rural GR, and at the southern portion, so you can just see that down at the tip, there's just that little portion, 7%, that's GR. The parcel is in the Southwest Truckee Meadows area plan, and it's within the Lakeside Holcomb Suburban Character Management Area. The stables have been existing since the early 1970s. The parcel has 2 barns with a total of 33 stalls. The site has a current business license to board 35 horses and 2 retired horses. The current business license was obtained before special use permits were required for commercial stables. The approval of this special SUP will establish the commercial stables as currently required. I just want to reiterate that. So they are allowed, at this time, they're grandfathered in with a business license that's been in place since the 70s. Here's a layout of the property. To the right is Holcomb Ranch Road. You can see I have a little arrow there saying main entrance off of Holcomb Ranch Road. Then down below there's a little label saying where the indoor arena is going to be located. And then up in the left-hand corner, there's a label for the outdoor arena. There are 2 outdoor arenas currently. The one closest to Holcomb Ranch Road, as I just pointed out, is where the new proposed 13,500 square foot steel indoor riding arena is to be located. The peak height of that arena will be 29 feet, and the allowed height for the regulatory zone is 35 feet. The area, the arena is being located in the lowest part of the site, and to minimize visual impacts, and Dry Creek will not be impacted by the location of the arena. A few of the cotton trees will be removed, but only ones that are deemed diseased. The indoor arena will be only used for riding, training, and storage of horse equipment. There used to be an option, they were looking at having an area to view the lessons from. That has been removed. The applicant is desiring the indoor arena because of the weather impacts in this area. It's difficult for riding throughout the winter months especially, and then even during the summer months when it's very warm. Here is the elevations of the arena. The facility will board up to 35 horses with 10 lesson horses and 2 horses owned by the owner. There are currently 25 horses on the site. The hours of operation are 7 to 9 with riding lessons for students, approximately 1 to 5 students for 30 minutes to an hour. 4 shows, 2 or 3 days long, will be at the location and will be limited to 50 riders or few. The events will be non-ticketed and attended primarily by the participants as well as family and friends. And the applicant will have to apply for a temporary special events license for any shows. So this special use permit does not include any events. It is only for the license in the indoor arena. There will also be possibly 4 clinics a year, and that's for the trainer's students. So concerning parking, currently what our code requires is for every 0.25 horse, you have to have a parking place. So they're proposing to have up to 35 horses, so they will need at least 9 parking spaces and 5 parking spaces for employees. The applicant indicates there are about 31 parking spaces in the lower site, and then up by the upper pastures that can be used also for overflow parking needs. And additionally, the applicant states the trailer turnaround areas available around the existing barns and also in the upper area, arena area. A paved ADA parking space is located adjacent to the existing barn. Concerning traffic, the applicant indicates there are two entrances, the main off of Holcomb Ranch Road to the stables in the barn area, and then the other one to the upper riding area. The applicant also indicates that due to the minimal increase of traffic generated by this request, no traffic study is required. Washoe County has conditioned that an traffic impact letter will be required to be prepared by a Nevada registered engineer and shall determine the project's projected traffic impacts to the local roadways with mitigations recommended, if required, to the satisfaction of the county engineer. I do have the NDOT traffic counts for this area. There's two places where they take counts. This roadway is under NDOT's jurisdiction, and as you can see, the average is about maybe 2,500. There's a few times the upper part of Lakeside, there's a 3,100 in ADTs in 2019. So this roadway is pretty consistent with the amount of traffic that's on it. And I will say that this also includes any traffic that's been going to Silver Circle Ranch over the past, down to 2011. As I said, there are some modifications they're asking for. They're asking for not to pave the parking area, which is required by code for commercial use. Staff supports this. Paved areas around horses is not a good idea. They're also, we're waiving the 25% requirement of landscaping. This site is fairly well landscaped, especially down in the lower part where the indoor arena is proposed to happen, and then to the upper area where the outdoor arena is. It's pastures, and it's pretty typical of what is around in the surrounding areas. It also requires adjoining streets to be trees for every 50 linear feet. Again, there are trees in the lower area down by the indoor, where the proposed indoor arena is going to be located. There's a grove of cottonwood trees, and the applicant has planted some evergreens down there. They aren't proposing to add any trees up by the upper outdoor arena. That, as I said, is pasture area primarily. They are also required to buffer residential uses, and we're not recommending that. As I said, the area in the lower part of the area is fairly well landscaped, and then the upper portion has the pastures. And again, they're supposed to screen from adjoining residents. Again, they're sort of the same situation. They have landscaping down at the lower portion that fairly well covers the barn area, and the upper portion where the pastures are typical for that area. If you drive out there, you'll see lots of horses, not lots of horses, but some horses and livestock in the pasture areas. So staff supports those proposed waivers. The applicant did hold a neighborhood meeting on August 3rd. Between 80 and 100 people attended, and the applicant showed the renditions of the indoor arena were on display, and they answered various questions and showed people around the site. The notice that went out for this application for the special use permit went to 37 parcels. As you know, we've received numerous emails, and those have been forwarded to you as best I can in your either staff report or as attachments through administrative staff. Various agencies did review this application and provided comments which are included in your staff report. All the agencies that had conditions, those conditions are included in your conditions of approval. These are the findings that you need to make for a special use permit: consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effect on military installation. I have detailed my responses to those individual findings in my staff report, and I recommend approval of this special use permit. Here's a possible motion. I'm available for any further questions. Also, Chad Giesinger from Business Licenses available for questions, and also Janelle Thomas from Engineering. And the applicant also has a presentation. So if you have any questions for Washoe County staff, this might be a good time, or you can move on to the applicant.
Okay, thank you. It's my understanding that Chad Geisinger is in the house, and can we ask him one question, or does he have anything to say?
Thanks, Julie. Good afternoon, Board of Adjustment members. Chad Giesinger, Planning Manager over the Business License Program, for the record. Chair?
Yes, so what is the current business license right now? Is it active? Is it approved? Can you tell us more about it, please?
Yes, so there is an active business license, and there has been on the property, as Julie mentioned, since the early 70s. So this license was issued prior to the 1993 code that required a special use permit for commercial stables. And the commercial stable use has also been in the code for that long, and basically with the same description. The property did change hands in 2020. At that time, they came in and applied to take over that business license, and that was issued. And then, as you know, the special use permit came before the board. It was eventually withdrawn. But as part of that process, the health department became aware of some issues and got involved with some issues around the septic and the water system. So at that time, we took a closer look at the license and realized that there were no number of horses on it. It just said commercial stables. That's it. We also investigated whether or not it had ever lapsed for more than a year and if the non-conforming status was still valid. After doing all that research and consulting with legal counsel, we determined that the license was still valid and was still in an active non-conforming legal status. So at that point, we then turned our focus to establishing a baseline for that non-conformance. Because at the time that the new code went into effect way back in '93, that unfortunately was not done by the county at that time. So we do have a handful of licenses out there that are similar to this that don't have a description that describes the number. And the number, of course, is important, as you saw, because things like parking are based on it, water rights, things of that nature, right? So long story short, we used common sense to arrive at the number to put on that description, which is 33 for the amount of stalls that are available on the property. And then the applicant also requested the ability to have 2, what they called retired horses out in pasture. So there's actually a total of 35. It's a little confusing on the one slide. It may look like it might be 37, but it's 35. So that's all been issued. That's been sorted out, and they have an existing vested right under that business license.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to add, or that's it? Okay. It's my understanding that Julie would like to. Kathy, sorry.
And for the record, when I was going through the public comment, I saw a couple of documents, including the business license that I understand was issued. I have it signed by you May 22nd, 2023, and that does specify commercial boarding. So this must have been the transition over to the new. But I'm also looking at information pulled from April 14th, 2023, business license data sheet, which shows owner's name, Pat Nelson. Maybe this isn't it. Okay. Yes, business location 3400 Holcomb Ranch Road, and it says horse boarding. And so my confusion is horse boarding the same thing as commercial stables? Because I believe that was an issue of concern, and the second question is, the staff report says that the business license, that there was not a SUP requirement when the business license was issued. But this one for Silver Circle Ranch suggests that it was issued in 2006, and there was a SUP requirement in 2006? Or did I misunderstand what you just said earlier?
The record you're looking at is just the record at that time of the license. That it's so long ago that this was issued that the sheriff's office actually issued business licenses back then. So all those old licenses are on microfiche. So that was just the one available copy that we could get. So at that time, they did not have a special use permit. It was the same license they had and been renewing over and over for years and years.
Okay, but my understanding, that was for horse boarding, not a commercial stable.
Same thing.
Yes, if I can, and I have the
Okay.
code in front of me, if I can qualify that question. Commercial stables refers to boarding or racing of 3 or more horses. That's essentially the same thing.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions for Chad before we let him go? No, not right now.
I'm sorry, one more question. There was the added complexity of the operator of the stables, pair of aces. Could you walk us through how that factors in here, or if it does?
Right. So I don't know everything about their operation, but they do operate that stable and provide lessons. I think they may also provide lessons elsewhere. And this is pretty typical of the training folks, as I understand it. And so essentially, they're operating under the commercial stable use type that is grandfathered in for the Pro Pony, formerly Silver Circle Ranch, business license. They needed their own business license to do that because they're actually running their own business. So they have a separate license just for pair of aces stables for their training business that they're operating under the commercial boarding facility at Pro Pony. Hope that makes sense.
Okay, and follow-up to that
Yeah.
is, at what point did anyone in the county look at some of the issues that you would look at under a special use permit for a commercial stable operation? At what point in the business licensing process did that happen?
So that really all occurred in earnest over the last 2 years. So the answer to that question is it wasn't likely looked at in very much detail back in 1973, whenever they started this operation. But as I mentioned, there was a notice of violation issued by Health regarding the septic system. So there was a long process that they went through to bring that into compliance because a commercial stable requires a commercial septic system through NDEP. That's all been worked through with the health department. Same with the water system on whether or not they need to do anything with that. And also ADA compliant bathrooms. So those are the items.
Okay.
Yeah. And then as far as all the other reviewing agencies on a business license, just so you guys know this, whenever there's a new business license issued, fire, health, building, we can even send it to our traffic people for sign-offs. The business license sends around a sign-off sheet, and all those agencies have to have their needs satisfied. Then they sign off on that sheet, and then we issue the license after that. And that's what has occurred now with this license that they hold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And just one more. At any point, was there a public notice? So at any point, did people in the community know that this license process was going on?
That's not a requirement of the business license process. No. We don't notice any business licenses at all anywhere in the county. So, yeah, the only thing that gets noticed are public hearings like this that then could lead to a business license, right? So if something's allowed by right, like let's say you want to open a convenience store and it's in a shop, strip mall, that's not going to require a special use permit. It's a by right use. So you go through the process that we just discussed. And since this was an existing non-conforming use, it didn't need the special use permit. So that's why it didn't have a public process.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have any questions anymore. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Peter.
Peter Gashon for the record. So does the business license itself specify things about events, hours of operation? Are there any attachments to the business license?
No. So as Julie was explaining, that's not going to be a part of the special use permit. They have been issued over the last 2 years with what are called outdoor community event licenses. And what that is it's basically a special event business license. It's for a one-time event, not to exceed 10 days. That's not part of the existing, what's called a general annual business license, which is what they operate the commercial stable under. So if this SUP is approved, that won't change, it sounds like. They will still be coming in and following that same process. And there actually is a noticing component for that. It depends on the level of attendance. If it's more than 100, then there would be noticing because it would be an outdoor community event. If it's less than 100 people attending, and this includes the people running the event, then it's what's called a temporary sales and services license, and that doesn't get noticed actually. Okay. So those are issued through the business license program. And they also go through the agency review process, just like any other business license.
And with the various issues that have come up relative to the site, is the business license itself ever in jeopardy for a code violation?
If they're not in compliance with all state, local, and federal codes, yes.
Okay.
But currently they are, to my knowledge.
And then if the SUP is not approved, does the business license terminate at that point?
No, this has no bearing on the business license, these proceedings.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up on the issue of the temporary license. I did go out to the project site, and I did look at it and took a picture of a temporary business license on the fence. And it was issued April 12th, 2023 to pair of Aces, I guess. And so this would be an example of where they had gone to get a temporary business license for what I counted was about 10 events that they listed there, 9 or 10 events.
Yeah,
So-
they had an approval for horse events. I can't remember the total number of them. Do you remember, Trevor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whatever's allowed by code is what they were approved
Well,
for.
yeah, and I see it's about,
I thought they had
9.
4 shows, but I'm not positive.
yeah, I see
Yeah.
the dates here, so I'm counting, yes. Okay,
Yeah.
well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Oh, thank you. Is the applicant present? Would they like to make a presentation? Oh.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, I am Liz Reeder. I'm the owner-operator of Paravasis Stables, which is a business I founded 17 years ago here in Reno. I've been the president of our local Sierra Nevada Horse Show Association for the past 7 years, and I was recently awarded national recognition for my training and riding academies through the Practical Horseman's magazine, being voted 2023 Trainer of the Year. Paravasis Stables has been located at the Silver Circle Ranch for almost 4 years now. Do I click? Moment of pause while I figure this out. Okay. The Silver Circle Ranch was founded by Warren Nelson in the 70s, and the Whitmers purchased it from his daughter Gail in 2019. At that time, the Whitmers promised to maintain the property's legacy and ensure that it remained an equestrian boarding and training facility or commercial stables. Gail had actually turned down multiple cash offers from developers as she refused to sell it to anyone looking to develop it into McMansions. Located on more than 12 acres, the historic Silver Circle Ranch features large grass turnouts, multiple dry lot turnouts, oversized stalls, attached runs, heated automatic waterers. Overall, a high-quality arena footing and knowledgeable staff ensures that the horses are very well taken care of. As you've heard, the business license allows up to 35 horses to be kept on the site. Our horses and riders are some of the best on the West Coast. We've trained national champions, reserve national champions, with many other accolades too long to list here. There are 2 aspects of the business: boarding and training privately owned horses, and the Horsemanship Academy, which teaches students who do not have access to their own horse or who would like to get started in the sport everything they need to know from the ground up. We are one of the few remaining academies in Reno where students new to the sport have the ability to step into it. Our horses are maintained well beyond the industry standards. All of them, including the lesson horses, have their daily needs met, customized turnout and diet programs, quality vet and farrier care, and regular body work. I'm not sure when you last saw your personal chiropractor, physical therapist, acuscope therapist, acupuncturist, or cranial sacral specialist, but I can tell you when all of our horses have seen theirs. Our proposed indoor arena has overwhelming community support. There are 500 neighbors in favor within about a 5-mile radius. There's a Facebook support group with over 1,100 members. Hundreds of letters have been written over the past 18 months in favor of this project. You can see some renderings here of the view from the road of the proposed indoor arena. I designed the indoor arena to be small enough to be an inclement weather riding arena. This was never designed to be an event center. It's too small to be an event center. This graphic here shows our arena inside of the Ironwood Event Center arena, furthermore, inside of the Livestock Events Arena. It is a very small space. I'd also like to stress that the addition of this indoor will not change traffic or business capacity in any way. We aren't changing the number of horses. We're simply adding 4 walls and a roof for the existing horses and riders at the barn. We went so far as to get some drone footage so that you could see what 5 riders in this space looks like. So this was filmed in our upper arena. That's not where the indoor is going. We know it's being placed in the lower growth. It was just easier to build it and film it in that upper arena with a drone. So it's the same horses and riders as we have now, able to safely ride inside. Video's not working? Oh, there would have been a video. That's all right. We'll go ahead and move on to the next slide. There's been discussion of the annual events. As we know, they are permitted. We have generally 4 weekends, which come to about 10 total days annually, permitted through Washoe County, run during daylight hours. We keep it to 100 people. The events are generally quiet. Horses do not like loud noises. We are allowed to have a PA system on site. We do use it at some of the events, depending when I can borrow one. And our primary complaint at the events is the riders in the arena can't always hear the announcer. All the parking is on the site. There is no overflow to the road at any point in time, and we follow the same event rules and permitting process as anyone else in the HDR zone. Our busiest show with the highest number of attendees to date was in October 2021. No complaints were made by anyone, no concerns were raised at all by the community. We proposed an indoor arena later that year, and then during April 22, we had the sheriffs called on us, we had the business license checked, and we had members of the community that are in opposition to this project actively threatening our attendees. This is a quote from one of our attendees. "Nervousness is a normal feeling for me at a horse show. However, the increased anxiety of hostility from an unknown man recording and yelling at me was wildly unwarranted. Myself and my fellow riders went silent and stood still for quite some time after this exchange due to a communal feeling of unsettledness." The Washoe County Governor Report shows that our kids need help. Over 25% of high schoolers self-harm and over 12% have attempted suicide. Kids in Washoe County need outlets to help them with the continued rise of mental health issues, and studies have shown that horseback riding provides increased responsibility, confidence, compassion, leadership skills, problem-solving skills, decision-making skills. Children involved in riding have a lower chance of being involved in bullying on either side of that exchange. They have a higher likelihood of advocating for themselves and their peers. They need a place to unplug from technology, build human and relationship skills, and of course, physical fitness and coordination. We have tried very hard to be a good neighbor. We have made improvements and compromises to this project. We have an approved manure management plan with Washoe County Health. We have all the ADA compliance in place, lowered our outdoor arena lights that are only used a couple hours, a couple nights a week during daylight savings time, approximately 5 p.m. to at the latest 7:30 p.m., generally 6:30 p.m., 3 nights a week, sometimes 4. We've changed the building plans, less fill height, and we're keeping way more trees. We've become a public water source. We are doing everything can to make it better. Before I hand this over to our attorney, Luke Busby, I would like to express I'm available for any questions, and after you've heard from all sides of this issues, I would appreciate the opportunity to address any questions and concerns that you have at that time.
Thank you, Liz. Thanks. All right. I've got 2 fists to operate here. I still need the presentation up if you would be so kind. For the record, my name is Luke Busby. I'm counsel for Pro Pony LLC, and I just wanted to discuss a few issues with you. If you could show the entire slide up there. I can't really see it from that far. I'm sorry, but if you just play slideshow, I think that'll do it. Okay, so I'll get started because the clock is running.
Can you please put the microphone a little bit closer?
Sure.
There.
How's that?
Thank you.
All right. So first, I want to just have a brief moment to remind us that this issue really involves the bundle of rights, which is what can a property owner do with something they own? And these are sacred rights. They're guaranteed under the Fifth Amendment and the Nevada Constitution, and they include possession, control, exclusion, the right of enjoyment, and disposition. And building the indoor over an existing outdoor arena is well within Pro Pony's bundle of rights for the Silver Circle Ranch. And staff has evaluated the elements that are required to be met to have approval for a special use permit. Consistency. This is clearly consistent with the Southwest Area Plan, which identifies a distinct Western heritage. All the improvements that are necessary for the site are there. It's suitable for this. It's already being used as a horse riding arena. All that we're asking is that it be covered such that it can be used safely during inclement weather. And issuance isn't detrimental to the community because there's no impact on public health, safety, or welfare. And in fact, the planned modifications aim to minimize any negative impact on the surrounding area, such as complaints about noise or lights, et cetera. Building the building actually addresses many of those complaints. Now, why is a special use permit necessary in this context? And it's because the current commercial stable license for Pro Pony is based on a pre-existing non-conforming use. As you heard, this has been a boarding and riding facility since the 70s. And long before its current HDR zoning. And a special use permit in this case will clear the air about any issues related to the business's future and will allow the building application to be submitted without the risk of invalidating the business license. But the number one reason is rider safety. As you can see there, when it's muddy outside or snowy outside, riding is extremely difficult and it's dangerous. Now, this isn't just something for the kids who are taking lessons there, of which there are many. It's also for the health of the horses. Horses like these need exercise, and it's hard for them to get adequate exercise when they can't be ridden and trained in a safe environment. Now, again, the Southwest Truckee Meadows Area Plan specifically states that this type of use, the existence of hobby livestock for recreational and economic and educational purposes, is commonplace and recognized as a contributor to the local character. And you're going to hear, I think, that this proposed facility is inconsistent with the character of the area, and that just doesn't make any sense at all for several reasons. Now, this small business faces well-funded opposition. The property was purchased by Bruce and Landis Whitmer in 2019, and not a single complaint was lodged against them until they announced plans to build an indoor in late 2021. Since then, it's been nothing but complaints from those who are opposed to this. And they were, in fact, my clients were sued by neighbors Pete Lazatich, Jill Brandon, Nancy Flanagan, and a company run by Jill Brandon that owns property across the street. But it's our position those claims are absurd because none of these plaintiffs live anywhere near the Silver Circle Ranch, and they, in fact, own and graze cattle right across the street. And that's shown in this map here. The Silver Circle Ranch is the triangle there. The red area above it is property owned by Flying Diamond Ranch, LLC. And Mr. Lazatich is one of the guys who's suing our clients for having horses on their property, grazes his cattle there, as you can see. These red squares identify the locations of the residents of the people who filed the nuisance complaint. You can see in the case of Ms. Brandon, she lives a half mile away. All right. So I did want to address briefly Condition 2D in staff's report, and that's based on the memorandum from JUB Engineering, and that's from the Last Chance Ditch Company. And basically, all of the concerns raised in that engineering memorandum are things that are typically and always addressed during the building application and grading permit application process. But there's a condition in staff's report that states that my client has to get approval from the ditch company in order to have their building application be approved. But that's a problem because plaintiff, the person who's suing my client, Mr. Lazatich, is on the board of the ditch company. So we're going to ask you to modify that condition such that the county will be the party responsible for approving the building permit application, not a private party. And that's actually enshrined in the county's code that that's the county's responsibility. All right. This is a video showing the arena location. You can see it in the top right there under the trees. The arena in front isn't it. Unfortunately, I can't play the video for you because it's not hooked up to my computer. But if you can see in the top left there, that shaded area with the trees, that's actually where the arena is planned to go. Now, what has the opposition complaint said about Washoe County during the course of this process? You heard Mr. Geisinger. They received complaints, they did an investigation, they determined the place had been open for many, many years, and they issued a business license. Well, Washoe County says that, or the plaintiffs in our case say that Washoe County is rubber stamping requests and is showing inexplicable favoritism by government officials, and that's just completely beyond the pale. Mr. Geisinger had a job to do, he did it objectively and fairly, and anybody who stands in these people's way is going to be subject to toxic NIMBYism. Washoe County isn't Palo Alto, and they want to shut down a horse riding school for kids. It's just mean-spirited. And horse riding schools are community assets. They cost a lot of money to run. They're part of the heritage and character of Washoe County. And the NIMBYs are prioritizing property values over the interests of the broader community. And what else is going to go on this property? More multi-million-dollar homes? And broader implications matter, especially when it affects the well-being of kids. And the high quality of life associated with equine culture, which is what makes Washoe County so special, is at stake here. And we ask you, don't kill the goose that lays the golden egg. This neighborhood is great because of things like this, not despite it. Now, next you're going to be... Thank you. Next, you're about to be misinformed by a parade of horribles about what's going on at my client's facility. Dust, flies, manure, noise, traffic, unruly horse shows, animal abuse, water pollution, flood risks, lights, the septic system, and none of these add up. Anybody who's visited this facility can see that it's well run, it's well maintained, and we're glad to address each of these in excruciating detail if you have any questions about it. And I'd like to briefly turn it over to our engineer with his few seconds. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Hugh Ezel, affectionately known as the cranky engineer by my team. I'm the person responsible for doing the designs, just about all of them on this site. And unfortunately, my team decided I was cranky enough, they're not going to give me any time to talk. So if you have any engineering questions, I guess you'll have to call me back up. I'll be happy to address anything that you would like to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for the planner or the applicant or anything right now, or can we move into public comment? You guys ready?
Public comment.
All right. At this time, I'd like to open up public comment for this. It's my humble request that if somebody has said something before you, please try not to repeat it. I know there's a lot of us here, and anyways, we want to hear what you have to say, but anyways. So do we have any public comment?
We do. First up is Julianne Stiddick. Julianne, please approach the podium. State your first and last name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Tom Godosi, you are next.
Can you use the handheld, please? That one's not working. Thank you.
As long as you can get it in 3 minutes. Yeah. But we need a copy.
Okay, great. Awesome. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julianne Stiddick. I'm a mom and a grandmother, and I'm a children's mental health advocate, and I'm a business owner. So Liz earlier talked about some mental health issues with kids these days. So 19% of children 11 through 13 are purposely hurting themselves. And 13.4% of children 11 through 13 are thinking about committing suicide. This goes up drastically in the high school years, and especially with girls. This is according to a report. I've got a copy of it right here from the governor's office and the Department of Health and Human Services. Now, during a time that mental health issues are on a continued 5-year rise within all socioeconomic levels, we as stewards of the next generations have a responsibility to create safe, healthy places so kids can grow into confident, capable, considerate citizens. I am one of those kids who lived a normal-seeming family, and the experiences that I've had beginning at the age of 2 would horrify you. As a result, I've lived with PTSD my whole life, and I can attest that animals have helped me. That the connection of the animal and the human has healed me and continues to. This new indoor arena, historic Silver Circle Ranch, is a solution and will provide the following benefits year-round, especially during winter when depression is at its highest. It's a welcoming natural environment that calms the nervous system and helps regulate emotions. It's a place to really unplug from technology and build human and animal relationship skills. It's physical fitness, mental well-being, increased sleep, an increased sense of responsibility and purpose. Confidence, teamwork, leadership skills, essential life skills, decision-making skills. Now, with everything that's going on in the world right now, I really want to invite you to consider that Silver Circle Ranch has already a proven steward in this local community, and they are simply providing a next step solution that's going to help kids and their families and the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Tom Godosi, please approach the podium. State your first and last name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Ben Volk, you are next.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Godosi, and I have the honor of being the current president for the Last Chance Ditch.
I don't think the volume, it's turned on. No.
Hello? 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 Good grief.
We'll reset your timer. Better get this fixed.
Okay, no one press the button, please.
So don't touch it again. Is it working now?
It's working now. Please start
Okay,
over.
thank you.
We'll reset your timer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Like I said before, my name is Tom Godosi, and I have the honor of being the current Last Chance Ditch president. The Last Chance Ditch is approximately 20 miles long, and in the summertime, the ditch is used to deliver water from the Truckee River to the small farms and pastures in the southwest. It's been doing this for approximately 150 years. It was formed in the late 1800s. We also have a contract with the City of Reno and Washoe County where our ditch is used for stormwater drainage in the winter months in order to prevent any flooding in the City of Reno. It's my job to protect the integrity of the ditch, and believe me, I take this very seriously. I came here today to express our deep concern over the special use permit being applied for to build an approximately, I thought it was around 15,000 feet, but it evidently is 13,500 square foot building in a floodplain in a very close proximity to an extremely sensitive and fragile part of our ditch. We are so concerned that we hired an independent firm, JUB Engineering, to do a report in order to determine if there could be a potential problem. Ben Volk, one of the JUB's chief engineers, is here today to talk about that. And I've given you a packet here. The report is in your packet. As I said, the proposed building is very close to a fragile part of our ditch, right alongside the east property line of the Pro Pony property is a waterway that's called Dry Creek, and it runs down along a 20-foot cliff of dirt, and it intersects our ditch just before it goes under Holcomb Lane. During heavy precipitation, as we have here from time to time, there is a tremendous amount of water that piles up right there at the corner of Holcomb Ranch Lane. We've had many problems there in the past. I've given you some pictures to look at of what happened this last year, and you can see some of the damage that has occurred last year, so much that we had to have Q&D Construction come in and repair this to great expense to our shareholders. By placing a 13,000 square foot building in the floodplain just above our ditch and the intersection of Dry Creek, will reduce that floodplain, and it's going to reduce the absorption, and the same amount of water will move faster and have a smaller place to go. In addition, we understand that around the building is going to be required an impervious 20-foot path that reduces the floodplain even further. During heavy precipitation, this has the potential to do quite a bit of damage to the last chance ditch and to the concrete structures at Dry Creek and under Holcomb Lane. And without serious mitigation, the last chance will certainly be left in a precarious position.
Sorry, time's up. Thank you.
I encourage you to leave us on as we can be in control of some of the mitigations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, just state your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Volk, and it is JUB Engineers. So that's the principals that started our company in 1954. I've been with JUB for 23 years. Been a professional engineer for 30 years. I actually am an equestrian. Did about 14 years of endurance riding, and I'm didn't wear my buckle today, but I'm a two-time world ride and tie champion. So I do know what it takes to run one of these facilities, and I appreciate having these facilities. I have two daughters that were both equestrians, still are equestrians. One actually has a dream job at a therapeutic riding facility. So I again, every day I'm exposed to this type of facilities and how they operate. But in my capacity today, I'm representing the Last Chance Canal Company to talk about the risks associated with the location of this facility. And the two biggest risks we're concerned about are to the Last Chance Canal and to Dry Creek. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Dry Creek, it runs, this is kind of the headwaters. It runs all the way through, crosses Virginia, runs through the city, crosses through the airport, and eventually gets to Steamboat Creek and eventually to the Truckee River. So it's critical that we maintain these floodways. We continue to see encroachments on these floodplains that impact the ability of the floodplain to work. And for instance, the city just spent a little over $4 million improving Dry Creek through the airport so that it would carry the flood flows. And what we're seeing more and more of recently is, whether it's climate change or what's going on, we're seeing more higher flood events. Or for instance, we expect to see one 100-year flood every year. Now we're starting to see 100-year flood events several times, sometimes two in a year. So it's just very unusual conditions. We took exception with the special use permit because they said there was going to be no impact to Dry Creek, there was going to be no site drainage pattern changes, and that they didn't require a grading permit. And we appreciate that the staff has put that in the report now, that the applicant will need to prepare a report, will need to detain their stormwater on site and discharge it at pre-development rates. And we hope that can be done without impacting the canal. The risk to the canal is when you have a riding arena with the material they put, the arena footing. When a flood comes down through that area, it jumps out of the embankment, all of that material ends up in the ditch. The ditch breaches, somebody's gonna get flooded. So I would urge the county and the staff just to review it carefully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris who?
Yes, that's
Okay, go ahead, state your first and last name for the record, followed by Jill Brandon.
Can I get this thing to work? The projector?
He needs you to turn on the Elmo.
Let's see. Oh, perfect. I'm Chris Hugh. My wife and three daughters live directly next to the Silver Circle Ranch on Holcomb Ranch Lane at 3600. I guess I was one of the ones that was not depicted in the picture of all the maps by the lawyer, and I must be the beginning of the horribles, or as I will call it, the deplorables. This is the second time that I've had to testify in exactly the same manner, and the last time this committee voted 4-1 to reject it. The staff report recommends an approval and states The Pro Pony site is large and isolated, and that's just simply not true. My property runs the entire border of the Pro Pony operation. And as you can see from this picture, that's the view from my living room and my dining room. And so we share the longest border with this facility. Look, we live in this part of Reno because it's a beautiful countryside with sweeping views and it's a peaceful rural neighborhood. My wife and I both have demanding jobs, and in fact, my wife is a psychotherapist focused on adolescent trauma, and we have the weekends and evenings are the only time that we can be home and relax. It's a family tradition to eat at our outdoor dining table, which this is the view from. To approve the SUP, the board is legally required to make the several findings. One is it is not injurious to the adjacent properties, it's not detrimental to the character of the neighborhood, and the site is physically suitable for the intensity of the proposed development. Let me give you a couple of examples from our daily life that refute these findings and demonstrate how the operation disrupts our peace and enjoyment and is not isolated. Huge trailers and trucks turning in and out of the property off Holcomb Ranch lanes, mostly weekend. Dust at all times of the day from training, horse trailers, truck traffic, plowing, and trucks. Weekend rodeos and loudspeaker announcers that we can hear from our pool in the backyard. I would recommend those riders that can't hear it come sit by my pool with me. Fly infestations in the spring and summer that we can't keep out of our house. Putrid urine in our kitchen and living room that no one would dare to dine outside when the wind is blowing in the right direction. I'm sure everyone finds it funny if they were sitting in my house. Views of containers, trucks, and dumpsters with steaming manure. Night lights, and not Friday night football stadium lights, but riding lights and plow lights pointing directly into our house. And last but certainly not least, steaming piles of poop still being piled on the ground and then into an open container. I suggest you drive by in the morning and see the steam. Thank you. I implore that you guys reject this.
Thank you.
My name is Jill Brandon. My husband and I have owned the Flying Diamond Ranch at 8790 Lakeside Drive for more than 18 years. We live just down the road at Diamond J. We've lived there for more than 21 years. This neighborhood is all residentially zoned properties. In 2022, this board denied Pro Pony's SUP for 25 horses and an indoor arena. It was detrimental to our neighborhood then, and the facts haven't changed. Pro Pony has not added any more land. The map that Chris showed you shows that every adjacent property owner is on record with you explaining in our written presentation how this SUP for a commercial stable and a massive indoor arena would be injurious to our properties, and as Mr. Busby said, injurious to our sacred property rights. As seen on the second map here, Pro Pony's stable where 35 horses would be crammed in is a FEMA flood zone and is next to Dry Creek. Dry Creek runs from there directly onto our property and through all of southwest Reno. With less than 3 acres of pasture, the urine, manure, dust flies, and light pollution are offensive. If 20 horses were here at Silver Circle during the past glory days, as Gail Nelson wrote, we must remember that Silver Circle in the past glory days was a 55-acre ranch, not the 12.5 acres that Pro Pony bought. That proportion would result in a maximum number of horses here of 5. This site is not suitable for Pro Pony's intensity of use. This commercial stable is detrimental to our residential neighborhood. The proposed indoor arena would be in this same flood zone. FEMA requires it to be built on fill. It would rise 3 stories above Holcomb Ranch Lane, taller than the commercial buildings on South Virginia, such as Les Schwab and Tom Dolan's Kia. This ceiling is about 17 feet. The indoor arena would be more than twice that high off of existing grade. It would be almost 2 times the width of this room. The ugly metal building would be 4 times as long from this podium to those back doors. That's big enough to fit 2 commercial airplanes. Because indoor sports require such massive industrial buildings, code prohibits them in our HDR zoning. A similar building at 3003 Holcomb Ranch was denied by this Board of Adjustment. We neighbors have consistently opposed such intensive businesses and industrial arenas as detrimental. Please deny this SUP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rich Larson. I've been a resident just off of Holcomb Ranch Lane for 18 years, and I've lived in Washoe County for 38 years. I'm not going to repeat what several people just said, because a lot of that were things I was going to also accentuate. But for me, the big issue here is this arena does not fit in to a residential area. It's huge, as Jill just described. And the other issue is the 18 years that I've lived just off of Holcomb Ranch, I've seen the road flood 3 times, twice with the road being temporarily closed. When you put 15,500 feet of additional runoff coming, and you can go outside and look at the runoff that comes off your roof when it rains here, and all that has no place to go except down into the Last Chance Ditch and Dry Creek. And Dry Creek is not dry, and it gets very wet in these storm events. So this is a big issue that I think needs to be really considered, especially for people that live downstream from where this is going to be made. I don't think anybody has an issue with kids getting horse riding lessons. I think it's great. I ride horses. I use them for hunting. But this big indoor arena does not fit at this, in this residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. At the time Pro Pony
One moment,
purchased
could you please state
3,400
excuse me, could you please state your first and last name for the record?
Rhonda Schaefer, I live downstream. At the time Pro Pony purchased 3,400 Holcomb Ranch Lane, it had no outdoor arena lights. The previous boarding stable didn't operate at night. For their own business purposes, they proceeded to install stadium lights without a permit. Those stadium lights remain in place, unshielded, in clear violation of the code despite residential neighbors' complaints. The current staff report misleadingly states that the only lighting proposed for the indoor riding arena will be security lighting, which will be downshielded. This contradicts the applicant's statement that the indoor arena will host lights inside for nighttime operation. I made some calculations. The proposed steel building has a roof height of 29 feet with 10 large embedded skylights. There are 2 15-foot square doors, 10 massive windows with sills 12 to 15 feet from the ground. That's approximately 1,400 square feet of translucent or clear light and glare-emitting openings, most of which will be broadcasting light in every direction above 12-foot maximum height called for in the code. Further, if exterior security lights are placed in the eaves, even downshielded, they would be approximately 22 feet above ground, far exceeding the 12-foot maximum and allowing bulb glare to broadcast. This doesn't even account for gigantic openings to accommodate industrial fans and other climate control equipment. Code clearly states that when residential and non-residential uses abut, interior lights must be controlled at night to conform to the requirement regarding broadcast of light and glare. The number and size of the openings in the proposed steel building, the height of the fixtures in the ceiling, and the high lumen stadium light nature of the type of lighting used in equestrian operations guarantee light pollution traveling to neighboring residents and glaring onto the state highway. Additionally, the massive skylights will travel up, broadcasting into homes above the property, violating dark skies policies. It is physically impossible for this building to comply with policy. It's clear the indoor arena is being sought to augment daytime operations and maximize revenue by allowing them to conduct business at night. Combined with the fact that they are now increasing the number of horses to 35 and off-site horses can be trailed in to use this massive industrial building, this problematic operation will further increase in size and scope and has absolutely no place doing business wherever they choose, whenever they choose, in a residential neighborhood. Pro Pony LLC harps on tradition and history while creating an operation which respects neither. There is nothing historic about an industrial steel building, and there has never been nighttime operation at this site. The use, proposed building, and extensive commercial operation are incompatible with and clearly detrimental to the neighborhood. I have no problem with equestrian activities when they are in a location and on a site suitable to their size, scope, and use. Yes, it would be convenient for the parents of children taking lessons and adults boarding horses not to have to drive a couple of miles to Rhodes Road to use an indoor, but not at the cost of this very residential neighborhood's character. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Cindy Lazatich, followed by Nancy Flanagan. Please state your first and last name for the record.
Dear members of the Board of Adjustments, my name is Cynthia Lazatich, and I lived at 9100 Timothy Drive I have lived there for the last 40 years. My daughter and I showed horses for the past 15 throughout the West Coast. I'm very familiar with boarding and showing facilities. Code emphasizes that no commercial stable operation or huge industrial building is permitted in our residential area. It is detrimental to the health, safety, and character of our neighborhood. This meeting is about Pro Pony, its intense commercial use that increased from 4 horses to 36, and with less than 3 acres of turnout. Despite the fact that the board denied that SERP for 25 horses last year, I'm opposed to Pro Pony's massive metal indoor arena that is completely wrong for our neighborhood. I know from experience how bright stadium lights in these arenas are. The entire 3 stories will be visible every time we drive by. It's right next to Highway 671 and which is Holcomb Ranch Lane. This building was denied last year. This site is not suitable for the type of intensity of Pro Pony's operations, since the indoor arena would be in the flood area next to Dry Creek. These lessons and events for profit take place in the clear view of Holcomb Ranch Road and in front of the house 3600 Holcomb Ranch Road, Mr. Hughes' house. Please deny this, sir, and save our neighborhood. Thank you.
I have Nancy Flanagan, followed by Joanne Zuppin. Nancy, please state your first and last name for the record.
Nancy Flanagan.
Please use the microphone.
Don't.
And then please state your name.
Hold on.
I am Nancy Flanagan, and I have lived at 2750 Holcomb Ranch Lane for more than 50 years. I knew Warren Nelson. He sold my family that land we built our house on. There's nothing whatsoever about Pro Pony's profit business that honors his memory. Warren kept his own horses on Silver Circle Ranch, and he boarded some horses for friends. This was his hobby, and we had a respectful, peaceful neighborhood. The Nelsons did not disrupt our residential neighborhood with night operations. The Nelsons enjoyed riding outdoors as well. They did not have an ugly industrial indoor arena adjacent to Holcomb Ranch and across from residential properties. We were here last year telling the board that Pro Pony's SUP was detrimental to our neighborhood. We're here again telling you that SUP is detrimental to our neighborhood, and this site is not suitable for the intensity of Pro Pony's use. The findings legally required to approve this SUP cannot be made. Please deny it. Thank you.
Joanne Zuppin, followed by Greta Mistre. Please state your first and last name for the record.
My name is Joanne Zupan. I've lived at 8801 Lakeside Drive for 33 years. I lived there when Warren Nelson owned and operated the Silver Circle Ranch. For the most part of that time, there was little or no activity at the ranch. In fact, when my children were in grade school, we contacted the Silver Circle to see if there was an availability for lessons. We were told at that point it was a private facility. I'm asking the board to deny the special use permit. I don't see these people doing anything to limit the impact of their operation on our neighborhood. Actually, I think they're creating unnecessary risks for those who live here. We see large delivery vehicles parking on Holcomb Ranch Road to offload rather than trying to use the limited driveway access. I see trucks with trailers having to veer into oncoming traffic lanes in order to make the turn down the narrow drive. Any vehicle that heads down their driveway without a gate code has to back up onto Holcomb Ranch Road, traffic blind. The dirt, rise, rocks, and sign make it difficult to see whether cyclists or even cars are coming. The UPS driver even stated that because of the locked gate with no turnaround, often he pulls beyond the driveway and backs to make his deliveries so he doesn't have to hazard backing out. How safe in the event of a flood or fire would it be to evacuate 35 horses while emergency vehicles are trying to get on the property? Without proper turn lanes and no turnaround from the driveway, the entire community is at risk. A huge metal indoor arena is totally inappropriate for a residential neighborhood. These people do not live there. We do. Please deny this application. Thank you.
I have Greta Meester, followed by Sandy Scott. Please state your first and last name for the record.
I don't believe that Greta Mestry is here.
Okay. I have Sandy Scott, please, followed by Pete Lazatich.
Now, am I not supposed to touch anything? Did I get that right?
I'm Sandy Scott, live at 11.
Can you
Please
please
use
put
the
the
mic, though.
microphone?
Sorry.
And then announce.
I don't talk to my horses with one of these things, so this is foreign. I'm Sandy Scott. I live at 1175 Holcomb Ranch Lane. I've lived there within 1.2 miles of the Silver Circle Ranch for over 74 years. Okay, sorry. I currently live at 1175 Holcomb Ranch. My family and I have been involved with horses all these years and still keep my retired horses on this property. What Propony is calling the Silver Circle is only 12.6 acres sold separately from the original 55-acre ranch by our friends and great neighbors Pat and Warren Nelson. The 55-acre ranch encompassed large pastures with horses at liberty, grazing and exercising and interacting with each other around the clock. Passing motorists and families were treated to their beauty and this light is not helping, beauty and freedom in their natural environment. Now Propony's 12.6 acres has only 3 acres of fragile, grazable land, and horses are rarely seen. There are a few loafing paddocks used for limited turnout in the lower flood area. Approximately 25 horses are crammed into small runs in the Dry Creek FEMA flood plain. Warren would be appalled, as I am. Last year, Gail Nelson stated that Propony was at full capacity, yet Propony is asking to be allowed to have 10 more horses. They haven't bought more land, and there's no room for expansion. Propony says they need an indoor arena so they can operate 7 days a week at all hours. We rode, trained, and competed successfully, never, ever having to use an indoor arena. This land is not commercial. Please deny this application. And thank you, and I would like to say, No. Please let me be perfectly clear. I'm 100% in favor of lessons and writing instructions, just not in this area. Would you please deny this application? Thank you.
Thank you.
Pete Lazatich, followed by Jeanette Ash. Pete, please state your first and last name for the record.
Yes, hello, my name is Pete Lazatich. One of the things that I do agree with all the previous speakers is horses don't like loud noises. Do you agree? Well, they don't even agree with that. My wife Cindy and I currently live at 9100 Timothy Drive, which is below the proposed development. We own an additional 7 acres directly above this area. We have raised our family here and lived in this neighborhood for more than 40 years. We have farmed, raised cattle, owned, and showed horses this entire time. We have traveled and shown horses with many of the riders who are present here today. This is not about the horses or the young riders. It's simply about the location. All the ads, all the radio advertisements, cheerleaders, marching bands, and even the flyover by the Blue Angels will not change the location. This is simply about the absolute wrong, dangerous location. It's a steep cliff that comes down to 2 ditches as they come in. The road is right there next to it. There was no place for the water to go. I'm very familiar with the Warren Nelson property as I have grazed cattle and harvested hay there for many years. I was baling hay on this site yesterday for the current owner of the property that once was part. Get this, the ranch used to be 50-plus acres. It's unfortunate the site was broken up and divided into smaller places. The place that's left, the 12.5 acres, is simply in a flood zone. There is no outdoor pasture to speak of other than the 2 acres. An old property that even in the heyday of Warren's property, I'd never seen more than 15 or 20 horses, but this includes all the 55 acres. Now we're broken down to 12.5 acres, of which about 2 acres, they have some pasture they can actually take horses on. The rest is in a FEMA flood zone with mature cottonwoods helping to stabilize this sensitive zone, which they're talking about removing all the cottonwood trees. Just for starters, and just to crack the ammonia under your nose and my nose, 35 horses dump 90-plus gallons of raw urine, not to mention all the horse crap, into this small area every day. And this is right next to the dry creek and the last chance ditch. You can see the floods that have occurred there over the last several years, and it's just a short stop to the airport. The 13,000 square foot of impervious coverage of an indoor warehouse arena, along with, catch this, along the outsides, 14,000 square feet of all-weather surface capable of supporting a 35-ton fire truck is required by the IFC. This is to surround the building in a proposed FEMA flood zone will significantly increase flood drainage to all the surrounding properties, and for the last chance ditch, the water has no place to go. Absolutely, it empties right into the ditch, and it washed out last year, our big blocks did, and another 5 minutes of rain, it would have been the airport.
Thank you, sir.
We currently, all the neighbors currently oppose such an industrial warehouse in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeanette Ash, followed by Judy Vos. No Jeanette. Judy Vos. Please state your first and last name for the record. Thank you. And Judy is followed by Russ Earl.
Hi, my name is Judy Vos. I live at 10860 Shea Lane, which is not far from where Silver Circle is located. I am in favor of building it. I've heard complaints, which I totally understand, but one lady said she's against it, yet she subdivided her property, and you have a house that is from one side of the property to the other with these huge RV storage, whatever they are, garages in addition to garages on the houses. I moved to that area 11 years ago simply because I have horses. I want a rural area. Our area has turned into housing developments, from McMansions, from lot line to lot line. And I personally think this arena set down with the trees is far superior to the lights from all these people, all these big McMansions. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. You approved my barn 500 feet from a steamboat ditch in a floodplain. Barn has never flooded. The ditch water goes through. Thank you.
Russ Earl, followed by John Hargrove.
Good afternoon, Russ Earl for the record, and just to be transparent, I know Rob Pierce, we have not talked on this subject at all. I am 100%, 110% in favor of this project. There are a number of reasons for that. There's a lot of miscalculations and strange numbers that are coming from one side here. I hope that you look at your packages and look at the actuality of the height of the building. They're not going to be putting horses in the building. It's not going to increase the number of horses currently allowed on the property. I have been to this property many times. I was an equine business owner. The animals are kept in the utmost and best conditions. I wish I got some of the medical care they did. The training program that Liz provides for the children is one of the best in the nation. And as one member over here said, the light pollution is going to be horrible. Well, it's not a 24-hour, round-the-clock, 365 operation. There's going to be a few hours in the evening where they may use these lights, and then the lights get shut off. Those lights are expensive to run. There's no reason to have them on at night, late. It'll only be early evening. We're talking about kids here. They have school. The weekends may be a little bit later. I don't know their specifics, but that should not be a concern. As far as the ditch goes, I have my concerns. He talks about the major damage that happened last year. Is that due to lack of maintenance on that ditch? I don't know. Would sound like it to me. So that's an issue that may be completely separate to this, and that should not be an issue to be looked at. The people that own this barn are highly professional. I've known them for quite a few years right now. They're very compassionate. They're very, they love to work with the kids, and there are adults that partake in this too. So as far as I can see, this project has many, many positives, and there are a few negatives, and they have worked diligently to try to decrease those negatives so that all of the members who, some have said that they love horses and they love doing the riding, but it seems to be a NIMBY issue to me. They want to support it, but not if they can see it. And the individual that talked about the flies and what they see out their back window when they're eating at night, well, the ranch has been there a lot longer than his house, I can guarantee that. And the flies that are on the other side that he's talking about more than likely come from the cows, because I have horses too, and cows far more attract and produce flies than somebody that's actively maintaining and getting rid of their manure on a regular basis. Nobody that has cows and has them in their fields goes out there and picks up the manure and gets rid of it. Just a few points to think of. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Hargrove, followed by Steve Kaufman.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time today to speak about this event, this important topic. I live at, my name is Johnny Hargrove.
Excuse me, sir, please state your name first and last for the record. Thank
My
you.
name is John Hargrove, and I live on Del Monte Lane. And, I'm right across the street from the Ranchahera development. And I tell you what, I have a hard time just with Ranchahera because that place has really turned into a pit, if you ask me. I mean, this was supposed to be a beautiful development, and now what they've got is they've got all this stuff just, like I say, 5 pounds of crap stuffed in a 2-pound bag. And I think that's what's going to happen out here at the Silver Circle if this thing doesn't go through. What else is going to happen out there? Somebody's going to come along, a developer is going to come along, and what's going to happen? Mr. Shu over here is worried about, the lookout of his property right now. One of these days, if this doesn't happen, if they don't allow this to go through, if you guys don't put your stamp of approval on it, you're going to have nothing but houses out there. And that's what I look at right now, looking out to Ranchero. I look at all these big, ugly duplex homes that they put up out there. It's a terrible look. And they're also trying to tear down the arena at Ranchero. That's going away. So you've got one more opportunity for horse people to find a place to go. And they do need this spot. And I would just think that it'd be a great development in our area out there. Keeps the old Southwest agricultural jive alive, and I hope you'd vote for it. Thank you.
Steve Kaufman, followed by Dr. Julie Kaufman.
Yeah, Steve Kaufman. I've been a resident of Reno for about 40 years. I've lived in that area for about 30 years. I'm currently a resident of 2323 Diamond J, neighbors with Jill Brandon. I first became aware of this issue because there was a solicitation memo that was sent out to the Reno Wheelmen. And I'm a cyclist. The memo spoke to this riding arena impacting cyclists and how it was going to impair your ability to ride safely. The parking was an issue, and so on and so forth. So I thought, well, let me get involved. I love to ride my bike. I've been riding 3 to 5 times a week. I ride past that area up to Bowers Mansion and Arrow Creek and Toll Road, and I think to myself, gosh, I've never been impacted by a trailer, or a truck or trailer. There's never been a safety issue. Never really seen a parking impact on that side of the road. But let me get more informed. And so I learned about a neighborhood meeting. I guess this was that August 3rd meeting that Dr. Whitmer and Landis put together, and my wife and I attended it. And they were there to really address all the concerns from those that are objecting to this project. They had a nice spread. They did a formal presentation, and then they opened it up for questions. And I think it's noteworthy that many of the people, including Brandon, that attended that meeting left before there was any discussion and dialogue, okay? Because they're not interested in discussion and dialogue. They're interested in domination and control. So speaking to that, I learned about the height of the building. I understood that it was an issue. People had an issue. Is this going to block someone's view? And that's a valid point. It's 29 and a half feet. The variance allows for 35 feet, so you're 5.5 feet. It's down in that sunken area, so there's no visual acuity impairment to the neighbors. Secondly, they have a manure abatement program that they consistently go through. Brandon and her property across the way with all that cattle, they do none of that. So that's an invalid bitch. Excuse my language. I just want to say that being a neighbor in that community, the community that I live in, and it's in context with what you're facing here. There's been 2 lawsuits by Brandon and her husband against their next door neighbor. There's been conflicts with neighbors on either side of our gate. I've been personally extorted by this community, personally extorted. There's intimidation, there's bullying, there's threats, and I just want you to know that's what's going on in my community, and it extends to the context of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Julie Kaufman, followed by Krisan Koyatas. Go ahead, doctor.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Julie Kaufman. I also live in the area, but I just wanted to take a few minutes to reiterate the purpose of the structure. The structure is not going to bring more flies or more traffic. Whatever's there is there. The purpose of the structure is to provide a safe environment for the riders and the horses during training. I am also an athlete. I'm a triathlete. And I know I appreciate when I can go indoors and ride my bike or swim or run on a treadmill when the weather is not suitable, which in Reno we know is often. It's cold, hot, smoky, windy. So as a community, I think we should extend some compassion to these athletes and their horses and allow them the opportunity to also train in a safe and secure environment protected by the harsh and dangerous conditions. Thank you.
I have Chrisan Kalatos and Gail McAmis. You are next.
Not touching the button. Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you to the county commissioners for your service to our community. My name is Chrisanne Kalatis. I've been a practicing veterinarian for 35 years, and I own and operate High Desert Veterinary Service here in Washoe County. I also am an avid equestrian. I have participated in both competitive and recreational equestrian sports throughout my entire life. I've known Landis Whitmer since 27 years ago when I opened my business here, both as a equestrian friend and also as her veterinarian. Landis Whitmer's record of community service is exemplary. In her work to support animals, she was director of the Art Paws event from 2000 to 2015 and published Petfolio magazine from 97 to 2012. She has also volunteered in our community on the Reno Moms, the Junior League of Reno, MOPS MOPS, the UNR Starting Five, and the Nevada Newcomers Association. Landis's vision to protect and preserve the historic Silver Circle Ranch culminated in the purchase of the ranch in 2019 from Warren and Gail Nelson. Dependent on her commitment to the Nelsons to never develop the property and to continue to operate it as a small-scale equestrian facility with carefully limited horse numbers and pasture space. Landis then chose, very wisely, Liz Reeder to be the trainer she would collaborate with her in the development of an affordable, youth-directed horsemanship program. This program not only gives our community's youth a goal-directed athletic activity, but also improves their appreciation of the rural roots of our Nevada lifestyle. On October 23rd, Liz Reeder was named the 2023 Practical Horseman of the Year. If you guys don't know, this is a big effing deal. Liz was specifically recognized by the nationwide committee who chose her for her year-round horsemanship program that teaches her students that riding comes second and horsemanship comes first. Let's be honest. The fight against building the indoor at Silver Circle Ranch, it's not about the flies and it's not about the traffic. Landis, her architect, engineer, and attorney today have provided deeply researched and unquestionable data to answer and disprove every allegation that this indoor arena will have any negative impact on an already existing approved equestrian facility. The environmental impact of the intensive residential development and loss of open land in the area around Silver Circle Ranch is magnitudes greater than anything the ranch will ever contribute to the neighborhood. The fight against the indoor is the fight against a lifestyle that is fast disappearing in Washoe County. It's the fight for development, for concentrated human occupation of land that since the late 1800s has taught Nevadans how our very existence is locked in step with the land and water beneath our feet. The Silver Circle Ranch provides an important offset for this development.
Thank you.
The county
Your time is up.
I'm done.
No, your time is up, ma'am. You need to stop speaking, please.
Okay, sorry, I went over my three, but you get the drift. Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Sophie Moore, you are next. Go ahead. No, Gail, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Gail McAmis, and I am the mother of one of the riders at Pair of Aces, who was the national champion that was pictured in Liz Reeder's presentation, and she now is a varsity member of the University of the South equestrian team. So it's kind of remarkable that those things might have happened if some of the allegations that the opposition is making about the quality of the operation are true. For kids to ride, I wanted first to make the point that horseback riding is great for kids, but I think that point was really well illustrated by a number of the previous speakers. But obviously, in order for them to ride, they need a place, and they need horses, and they need a trainer. And Silver Circle Ranch, to my knowledge, is the only English hunter-jumper training facility in central Reno. The next nearest facilities are beyond Spanish Springs to the north, Truckee to the west, and Washoe Valley to the south. An indoor riding arena is really a necessity for any equestrian training facility that operates in a four-season environment like Reno's. It was clearly articulated as part of the original business plan for this location when operations commenced, and we as Liz's clients anticipated that we would be making do for a single winter season. But with all of the continuing objections to this project, we're now going into multiple winters with no indoor facility because of the objections of the neighbors. And it really is a safety issue, as others have pointed out, for the horses and for the ongoing training of the kids to have such an indoor facility. An equestrian facility without a place to ride indoors during inclement weather is sort of like a bakery without a commercial-grade oven. You can make do for a period of time by reselling baked goods or baking from home and bringing the baked goods in, but ultimately, if you're going to have that business, you've got to have an oven. And it feels to me, based on what I've heard at the neighborhood meeting and some of the comments here, that the neighbors are not really objecting to the oven. They're objecting to having a bakery in their neighborhood. They knew, or at least they should have known at the time that they purchased their property, that the Holcomb Ranch area was an area where horses reside, and the Silver Circle Ranch had a commercial business operation. Like my imaginary bakery, the Equestrian Center is a licensed business that is operating within the terms of its license. There will be no resulting increase in the number of horses, clients, or equestrian competitions with the addition of the indoor arena, and thus no increase in traffic. I would strongly encourage the board to approve the indoor riding arena to allow the people and the horses to ride in comfort regardless of the weather. Thank you.
I have Sophie Moore, followed by Lita Scott.
My name is Jordan Borgeson, and unfortunately Sophie couldn't be here right now, so I will be reading a letter that was written by one of the contestants at a show hosted by Silver Circle. Dear Pair of Aces Management, my name is Emily Martinez. I ride with AJA Equine, and I'm a member of the Sierra Nevada Horse Show Association. This letter is in regards to an incident that occurred on April 23rd, 2022 during the show at Silver Circle Ranch. On Saturday morning, a man in a gray sweatshirt hoodie driving a tan SUV parked on the side of the road opposite to the Pair of Aces and walked across the road to the front entrance. He proceeded to take his phone out and visibly either take photos or videos of riders in the warm-up arena. It was extremely unsettling having a man taking photos/videos of young riders and myself on their horses in the warm-up ring near the property entrance. Myself and a mother of the rider verbally told the man that he may come in to watch the show. The man responded by waving his hand at us in a manner saying he did not care, by also continuing to record. The mother of the fellow rider then became stern and told him that if he had no intentions of supporting or watching, he needs to leave the property. His quoted response, "We don't want you here." This tension and yelling from the warm-up arena between the two parties made me feel unsettled and anxious. Nervousness is a normal feeling for me at a horse show. However, the increased anxiety and hostility from an unknown man recording and yelling was wildly unwarranted. Myself and my fellow riders went silent and stood there for quite some time after this exchange due to the communal feeling of unsettledness. Finally, he walked back across the street shortly after, then drove away, heading east on Holcomb Ranch Road. Silver Circle Ranch and Liz Reeder of Pair of Aces Stables cultivates an inclusive show environment that enriches our horses community in the Reno-Sparks area. An uncomfortable occurrence such as this during a show was deeply unnerving for all who were present. This is not a situation myself or any rider, parent, trainer, or spectator should ever have to worry about. I hope this letter documenting the situation can help in preventing a similar occurrence from happening. I want to extend a huge amount of gratitude to Liz Reeder for hosting and running a Pair of Aces show on April 23rd and 24th, for providing riders with an opportunity to ride after a few weeks of harsh, unrideable weather. Please do feel free to contact me if you have any questions about the incident I have addressed. The horse community should consistently feel safe and supported. However, during the exchange that occurred on April 23rd, the notion was threatened by an ill-intentioned Reno community member. Kindly, Emily Martinez. Personally, I think that the debates about this are valid, but the children need to be left out of it, and this action was extremely inappropriate.
Lita Scott, followed by Hugh Easel.
My name is Lita Scott. I'm born and raised right here in Nevada, in Reno, and I'm a certified real estate appraiser and a professional in the equine industry. I'm also the rodeo coach at UNR, and I know how badly a facility like this is needed, especially one that will be as well run as the Whitmere's will do. The place is clean, tidy. As for traffic, because I do a lot of production, I myself put on barrel races all over the country here. It's not that hard, and the traffic is minimal because people roll in and out. It's not like they're all there at the same time. They come, they make their run, a lot of times they leave. Now, some will stay the whole time. And you'll have more than one competitor, or one competitor might have 3 horses, so you might have 50, but it's only one trailer, okay? As for the traffic intake, I don't see it being that bad. I myself used to board my horses there in the 90s, okay? I had a few of them that I boarded there, and I think it would be a great asset to the area and the community, and it does conform to the area because that area is older farming type community with a lot of history to it. Nobody likes growth, progression, and change. But there are other indoor arenas in that area. Okay, they're not being used as a commercial facility, but they are there. So to say it doesn't conform, I have a hard time with that because I feel it does. Okay, and I think it would be a real benefit, especially in the winter because our ground freezes and then nobody can ride. My students up at UNR, we need different places to go. As for the lighting, there are ways to remedy that too if it's really that big of a deal. But if you didn't want a country atmosphere, you shouldn't have moved to the country. And cows smell a whole lot worse than horses.
Thank you. Hugh Easel, followed by Bruce Whitmer.
Touch the button. Hugh Easel, for the record. Well, they're not going to keep me from the podium. I'm going to get my 3 minutes anyway. I wanted to point out a couple of things that I've been listening to here. There's been a lot of complaints about things that are going on at Silver Circle, but I failed to see one photo of any of those complaints. I didn't see any pictures of dust, I didn't see any pictures of flies, I didn't see any pictures of manure. That's because all of these things have been addressed. I've been watching Liz and Landis work on this, and I've been watching the project develop over the past year, and they've actively worked hard to address these problems that the neighbors have claimed that they've been having, and that Mr. Gilsinger and code enforcement have talked about actually now in the distant past with respect to the project. So I'd just like to point that out. You got a report by another engineer employed by the ditch company, and it's a good report. It's pretty much telling myself and the county engineering department what we need to do and what our responsibilities are, planning on doing all of those things. So I'm not really concerned about that report because that's what the conditions of approval outline. If you look at them quickly here, a complete set of construction improvement drawings, including grading plans, will be submitted for a permit. Everybody does that. That's what they're talking about in the report. And it says also a detailed hydrology report. In conformance with the standards included in the Truckee Meadows drainage plan shall be submitted. Happens on every project like this in a flood zone. So the JUB report is a good report, but it's just basically what we're going to do anyway. Oh, by the way, I need to tell you, the design isn't done. I did a preliminary civil design on the site to get to you and to get to this application. You don't do a full design until you know you got a project, and we won't know that until after today. That's a lot of money that they would have had to spend that I'm saving the owners until we know we've got a project. Now, very briefly, in the last minute that I've got, I have to tell you about a problem I've got with one of the conditions of approval. And I gave a letter to Mrs. Olander and Mr. Weimer earlier. I hope you've got that letter. It came in a couple of days ago. But essentially what one of the conditions of approval is that we have to submit our project to the ditch company. Now, you've heard people from the ditch company get up today, and they've got big problems with our project. One of them is a neighbor, and he's got big problems with the project. And I can respect that, but the engineers that they hire are going to be interested in what their interests are, and their interests are contrary to our project. They've been very vocal about that. They have a conflict of interest. So you can't request us to get a letter from the ditch company because we're never going to get it. In that letter to Julie Olander, I gave you recommended wording for that condition of approval. Thank you very much.
Bruce Whitmer, followed by Landis Whitmer.
Hi, my name is Bruce Whitmer, and my wife and I decided to buy this property, I think as an effort to make sure our community stays with some of the values and the opportunities that we're familiar with, and why we moved to this area. And we had we have a lovely neighborhood. We want to maintain that. I think there's room for development. As I drive down my driveway these days, or 1605 Del Monte Lane, we've adapted without conflict or strife with the change that's going on at Ranch Hera. We discussed with Ranch Hera possibilities of helping in that area, not affecting these neighbors as they feel they are, but Ranch Hera, as a strong development entity, said, you know, this is our plan, and they weren't really interested in maintaining the horse lifestyle. So we're interested in maybe contrasting that a bit, and I think our neighborhood is best with that concept. I appreciate all the neighbors' concerns. It has been an instructive year to learn what else needs to be done to make this a perfect property. That's our goal. Over the last year, I think we've demonstrated that as the business license was challenged, as we've been sued by friends and neighbors. We've taken the opportunity to say, yeah, we're going to rise that occasion. I can assure you that the rest of this project will go that way. We're going to rise to the occasion. If there's anything about the ditch that's inappropriate, it'll be taken care of. We don't have any interest in harming our neighborhood or our neighbors, and we're just thankful for the opportunity for volunteers like you to listen to this and weigh it all and give us the venue to discuss these things, and maybe put some of the venom behind us and go forward with what I think is a healthy thing for our kids and our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Landis Whitmer, followed by Liz Reeder.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to thank all my friends, all my neighbors. I know we have a lot of people here who are actually from.
Ma'am, can you please address the board?
Sure, I know we have a lot of people here who are actually from our neighborhood, either ride, work, or live here. Could you guys raise your hands? So I just want you to know that these are your people. I am your people. I live here. When they said we don't live here, I've lived here almost 25 years. I live less than 3 miles in the same house right beside Ranch Hera, which my husband just mentioned. There is a tendency here to have some bullying in our neighborhood, and so I do want to address that. I have a letter from Daylin Moore. It was written at 4:50 p.m. yesterday. I'm writing because I cannot attend the meeting tomorrow as I had to fly to Tennessee for a family emergency. I want to share with you my story. This is Daylin, about building a covered arena at my home on Timothy Lane. I was sued by some of the same people and spent a lot of money defending my rights and the lies that were spewed about my project. Mr. Lazatich and his wife were especially difficult to deal with. They were constantly spreading mistruths about my case. We eventually went went to court and I completely prevailed on all accounts. The judge stated that equestrian facilities are usual and customary in the area and that a covered arena was therefore approved. The judge even ordered them to pay damages, but I had signed an agreement and I did not. So I had to deny that order. Some of the things I went through having the street we lived on blocked by Pete as he spoke at length with someone. When my daughter and I walked our horses down to Mrs. George's property, he would honk his horn in order to startle our horses. Once he did it so loud, and my daughter was nearly thrown from the horse. Once we won the case, he would flip me off as I drove by him, even with my young nieces in the car. I could go on and on with examples of what this man did to me along with his cronies. I felt unsafe in my own neighborhood at times. I'm shortening her letter because I want to also include Charlotte Yorst, another person who went and tried to do an indoor on her private property. Her letter says, I write in favor of the indoor. This letter can be read at the hearing. Dear all, I purchased 2005 3003 Holcomb Ranch Road. I'm one of the best riders in the world. Some of my neighbors on Timothy turned up for my hearing because I wanted to build an indoor. The bullying did not stop. For years, Mr. Lazatich and Mr. Palmer would show up on my property under the pretense they needed to dig up the ditch. They would usually in pairs of 3, and they would be equipped with picks and shovels in a very threatening manner. My horses were photographed with mud on them. Accusations were forwarded to authorities. Mr. Lazatich in particular never lost his desire to punish me for my application. This goes on to say that she was bullied and it didn't relent. So I just want to say, please do what might be right. Thank you.
Liz Reeder, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Thank you. You've obviously already heard from me today, but after hearing some of the things, I'd like to address a couple of additional points. The extortion and threats in the neighborhood have been addressed a few times now. I can assure you that that is very real and very much a concern, not just to myself, but to people that are not in this room today who are in support of the project for fear of that moving over onto them in an additional capacity. You saw the pictures of our stadium lights in the slideshow. We could pull that back up if needed. They are lowered to 12 feet. They are perfectly allowed, not just in a commercial operation, but those same lights could be had in any residential area, at any home, in any area where we live. We've talked about the intensive commercial use. I'd like to note that we do have that automatic gate. If somebody comes down the driveway and would like to come in, all they have to do is press the call button. They do not need a code. We will let them in, UPS drivers, all of that. Some of them choose to back in. Some of them choose to come through the gate. They make their own decisions, but those organizations do have a code and are able to access without having to back onto the road. Additionally, as far as traffic goes, our current traffic counts, we have the gate, we can measure, average 27 trips a day. That's not all that many, especially when you consider directly next to us, there was a 24-home subdivision that's been approved. The lot size in the area has been smaller, and the traffic counts per day for that division from the Washoe County staff report state 227 trips a day, and that does not trigger a traffic study. I'd like also to note that no one in this room, or at least many in this room, were not opposed to that development. 24 homes directly next to us on that hillside, wells, all of it. Private property rights being what they are, I fully support people going through the process, but it does seem a bit hypocritical to me to have that additional challenge. We've also talked about flies, stench, manure, etc. There are a lot of cows in this neighborhood. There are cows that share the fence line from our property that live on the Shoes property. There are cows across the street that are on the Flying J Ranch. They are everywhere. The manure, again, is not managed, picked up, or organized. I think it's a bit hard to say where the flies are coming from. We spend over $1,500 a year on fly abatement. We have a manure management plan. Flies are incredibly detrimental to horses. There's a pigeon fever outbreak right now. There's Habernema issues. They come with a lot of health and safety issues that can shut down our facility and force us to quarantine. We are more vested than anybody else at managing any type of a fly vector issue. Again, I'm available for any questions after the fact. I've got all sorts of information I'm happy to share, but I wanted to take a moment to point those pieces out. Thank you.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Jelaine Webby.
Can I have the overhead?
Jelaine, you're next.
Oh, after her.
Yes.
Can I briefly have the overhead here?
Could you please state your name?
Victoria Meyer.
Thank you, Victoria.
I am a neighbor there. Oh, you can't see it. I'm just trying to point out the first guy who talked against this project, the neighbor, his house is here, and what borders their property is all pasture on his side. And this is the Whitmer's property here. I'm also a horse professional. I owned and ran a boarding facility here in Reno, barn a little bit bigger than what they're planning on building. And it's been there for 50 years. I bet you don't even know it's there. It's right there in the neighborhood, right on Anderson Park. I ran that place for 20 years. The Nelsons built a 30-plus stall barn, and that's what they intended the property to be used for, was horses. The indoor goes over an existing arena. They're not creating anything new. They're just going to put up 4 walls. This is this 13,500 square feet is not large. This is not an events center. This is just an enclosed area for kids and people to train with their horses. Ranchera, they sold those multi-million-dollar houses around a very large events center. That barn is completely, it's just, very close to multi-million-dollar houses. People bought those houses because they wanted, some of them did, to access to horses. Now they're going to tear that down. That's developers. I smell development here. This is a horse community. These are 2.5-acre plus horse properties. I had 17 plus horses on my 2.5-acre property with a 15,000 square foot barn. The horses were anywhere from $30,000 to $250,000 value. These are not, cows. The facilities are very well maintained at Silver Circle. When you invest this kind of money and heart and soul into this endeavor, you take very good care of things. And this is a real asset to our community, to our children, to our horse people. This is a horse neighborhood. We want it preserved as such, and Silver Circle, if you allow this to go through, that's exactly what you'll be doing. You'll be helping to preserve a horse community. As for Dry Creek, that's a lateral. I'm on the Lake Ditch Board, and my property where I live has a lateral running through it. I'm responsible for that lateral, not Lake Ditch. Just like Dry Gulch, they're going to be responsible for that, not the ditch company. Just FYI.
Thank you.
Jelaine Webby, followed by Jerry Dune.
Hi, my name is Jelaine Webby, and I'm a 30-year resident in the area where this the special use permit is being proposed. My genuine concern is about safety with regard to traffic. I drive that road every day a number of times, and I see cyclists and joggers and so forth, and I see the increase in traffic. I noticed on the presentation that was done by Proponi that it was in bold print that traffic will not be impacted, but I truly think it will be. Another speaker here mentioned the fact that the building will not increase business. It'll remain the same as far as riders and so forth. But I think that isn't true necessarily, because they'll be able to accommodate more riders throughout the year, 365 days. People can be there. And with, I think they said, I forget how many lessons they're going to offer every day. There's going to be a lot of in and out traffic, and you're going to have young people driving, getting home from school, racing over to take their lessons, perhaps not racing over, but driving to take their lessons, and so forth. So you're going to have a lot of that in and out traffic. So that's a concern, and I think that's just really important to consider. I noticed that when the license was was approved, the business license, in 1973, I looked at the metropolitan population of our area. It was 117,000, and that's when they had the 4 horses and 50 acres and so forth. And now in 2023, the population, the metro population, is 531,000. And with a project like this, I just think there's more traffic. We have more traffic anyway. That road's the same. It's a 2-lane highway. There's a sharp curve, and I just think that's a concern. And that worries me for safety more than anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry Dune, followed by Buzz Harris.
How's it going? My name is Jerry Dugan. I'm a director for Sierra Nevada Hounds, a nonprofit based on hunting with hounds and horses. Horses are part of Nevada culture and lifestyle. And I feel like if the state, county, and developers continue to push horses out of Nevada, Nevada will be pushed out of Nevadans. I think this structure should be built, and I think you guys should approve it. Thank you.
Buzz Harris, followed by Amber Hart.
Good afternoon. My name is Buzz Harris, and I do not live in the area, but like many others, I use this road for recreation. I ride my bicycle. I've walked over there. I take my children over there. I live in more of an urban area, and we go over there. We see the animals. We see the horses, and I've known the Whitmers for about 20 years now, and very, very responsible people. And you've heard many of the accolades that have come about the success of people that have been a part of this organization, and have you can just tell by the respect that they have and what they're trying to do and trying to continue. And just like anybody, you know, you have a party at your house. I'm sure many of these people out here that have long driveways, they like to have celebrations, they like to have fun, they like to create a positive atmosphere, especially with all the unfortunate things that are happening in our world. Yeah, you're going to have a little bit of increase in traffic. Yeah, we're in a growing community, but preserving something like this where people can go, whether it's children that have all their abilities, many that do not have all their abilities, have the ability to ride horses and recreate and get out and be healthy people. If we look around this room, we can see there's a few people in here that probably need to get a little more exercise. So it's okay for these people to be able to recreate, not only during the wonderful climate that we have, when it's nice and warm out there, but also when it's not so pleasant, and to be able to do these things. So I would strongly urge that you take serious consideration into this opportunity that's being presented to you today. Thank you.
Amber Hart, followed by Ellie Buck.
Hi, my name's Amber Hart. I am a resident at Dryden and Holcomb. I've lived there now for 3 years. Part of the charm of the neighborhood was the Silver Circle when my husband and I were looking for a new place to live here in Reno. I would just like to say, in regards to some of the neighbors talking about the traffic, I'm a stay-at-home mom. I drive up and down Holcomb Ranch Lane, Lakeside, all the time. And from what I can tell, I'm usually the only one that pulls into the stables once a week. It does not have high traffic. Also, in regards to the indoor facility with weather, I have noticed ever since moving to that area, the weather pattern is very different than what Midtown might get. So I'll go to Midtown and then come back to what seems like a blizzard. So we are more affected by snow up there. And unfortunately, we did have a lot of canceling for our lessons. So as a neighbor who lives locally, I just want to say that I am for the indoor arena. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ellie Buck, followed by Kathy Courtney.
Hello, my name is Ellie Buck. I have been riding with Pair of Aces for
for 5.5 years. I would like to have an indoor arena because we can still ride even in bad weather like snowing and windy, rainy, when the temperature is very cold or very hot. It will be very great for riding indoors, the riding and the horses, so we can be safe and comfortable too. It will be very good because the weather is coming soon, so we still ride. I hope you like my idea and give up your time to come to support our project. Please support us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kathy Courtney, followed by Fred Meyer.
Hi, my voice. Hi, Kathy Courtney, 2150 Green Tree Lane. I'm happy to see so many friends and neighbors here. I almost felt like this was court there for a minute with the prosecution going first and defense after, but judging by the size of the room, I think we may be in here for a long defense ride. As I understand it, I don't have any big initials after my name. I'm here as a realtor, as a mother, and as a 13-year neighbor. I'm not seeing that we're fighting about traffic because it's been proven that the traffic load isn't going to change. And if the county cared about that, why would we have just approved a 24-acre housing development 2 doors down? I mean, if we cared about impact to the neighborhood, same could be said about that development. You know, interestingly, the sewer line for that development helps to support some of the other vocal members who have large pieces of potential tract property. As a realtor, I can tell you that people come to Washoe County for the lifestyle. That area in particular, you've heard that from many people already. We're talking about preserving something that is so precious to our community. Right. As a mother, I can tell you that I chose to have my daughter involved with equine sports and host shows when she was in middle school and high school because it's a sport like any other. Sometimes sports have to be played inside, but that keeps them focused on something healthy, being with animals rather than boys and other extracurricular activities. As a neighbor and also as a shareholder in the Last Chance Ditch, I can see the concerns raised about that flood zone. I hear that they're willing to mitigate it. We've had an expert on one side and an expert on the other side, again, not unlike court. So I think the compromise is somewhere in the middle. We've had the Whitmers say that they are happy to work with any details and address concerns. As I understand it, what we're talking about here is putting 4 walls and a roof over an existing arena, not changing anything. And I'm going to take a little bit of issue with the characterization of it being a massive industrial building. It's nothing of the sort. It's simply enclosing so that safe use and enjoyment of this property can be had year-round. Thank you.
Fred Meyer, followed by Art O'Connor.
Fred Meyer for the record. Everybody that's come up here has really said everything that I've thought about this. I was the sponsor for Victoria Meyer's barn. I'm her husband. We were there for 20 years, never had any issues with any neighbors. Everybody loved the fact that we had the facility. We had, at one point, actually 27 horses on 2.5 acres. But that was a long time ago, so there's nothing we can do about that now. But anyway, we know the Whitmers. They're great folks. We know they'll do the right thing. This sounds like a feud and harassment to me more than anything else. This land out there, we moved out there because it had a riding arena. That's why we bought the house that we lived in for 20 years. But it just doesn't make sense to me that we even have to jump through all these hoops. I mean, this is horsey property all out there. You've closed down Ranchera. It wasn't supposed to happen. Don't know why that happened. The developers were supposed to have guaranteed that that would stay there. Somehow or other, that got changed, which was really a shame for a lot of riders. 50 horses were boarded there. They all had to find somewhere to go. Our old facility now is private. It's they work with at-risk youth and things, so it's no longer a public facility. So this is really needed in the community, and the location is excellent for folks to be able to access it without having to go clear out to the North Valleys or way south. You know, this will be one of the only places within, you know, the old horse, those are the old ranches, you know. So I'm just 100% for it, and we'd appreciate you guys approving it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Art O'Connor, followed by Michaela McCarty.
Have the Elmo. My name is Art O'Connor. I have lived in this area for over 50 years. My parents lived on the corner of Fairview and Dryden, right across from Warren Nelson. I used to play bridge with Warren Nelson. Widmer indicates that most of this stuff she's asking for is grandfathered. It is by no stretch of the imagination grandfathered. I count 3 special use permits in this application. 1 for the non-conforming commercial stable use approval for the building. 1 for commercial stables with more than 3 horses, and another one for grading for all the fill under the huge building in a FEMA Zone A. She really needs a 4th permit. She is already holding commercial events there, and that is a special use permit is required for that in this HDR zoning. She indicates that there's no traffic problems. I don't call that no traffic problems. Okay, this is an actual event she held there without a special use permit, and as you can see, there's a red car trying to pass the trailer that has blocked both the lanes and has taken a sweet time turning in to the thing for the event. There's a line of cars behind them. I was actually about 5 cars back when I took that picture. You should not have accepted this permit, and we should not be hearing it today because the application is not complete. The previous application, which was denied 4-1, had a encroachment permit in it. Without the encroachment permit, she has no legal commercial access onto this property. So this project could never be built or anything done without the encroachment permit, and she should have submitted that. Okay, so equestrian events are kind of overlooked by the code. But if you remember, the Olympics has equestrian events, so therefore they're sports. As you can see from this one on this table from the county code, outdoor sports and recreation, what she's doing right now without a permit requires a special use permit. On page 5, she states that she's going to use the building when the weather is inclement for those sporting events. Not permitted in HDR, yet I see nothing in the staff report on the condition of approval saying that she can't do that. I would like to see this thing move to a better place. And one of the locations just north of here, the county has Bartley Ranch, an equestrian facility. She could take her building, move it down there, and get an agreement with the county to let her use the building for as many weeks as she needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Michaela McCarty, followed by Bryn Kliske.
Hi, my name's Michaela McCarty. I am going to read an email from my stepdad, Dr. Scott Green. He's a doctor of veterinary medicine. He's unfortunately unable to make it here today. So he says, I'm writing in support of the indoor riding arena at the Silver Circle Ranch owned by Landis and Bruce Whitmer. I've been a practicing equine veterinarian in the Reno-Sparks area for 35 years. Although I do not provide veterinary services to horses at the Silver Circle Ranch, I did work there during the late 1980s through early 2000s. The ranch was a working, boarding, and training facility with a consistent population of 20-plus horses. The local area is in dire need of more facilities that enable horse owners to have safe riding facilities throughout the year. This is especially true during the heat of the summer and the winter months when inclement weather is norm. I have numerous clients and patients that live in this area of Reno, as it has been a mecca for livestock and horse owners since the time era was developed. It should be noted that there are 3 other comparable buildings in height and square footage in the area that function as private indoor riding facilities. Hence, this proposed structure is not unique to the area. These other buildings are not included included the Ranch Hera Indoor Arena that has recently closed. The proposed building does not detract from the community, as the owners of Silver Circle have been very conscientious in the design and proposed placement of the structure. I strongly support the approval of the permit for this building, as an additional inclement riding facility is a much needed addition for our community. Also, I'd like to add congrats again to Liz Reeder on your Trainer of the Year. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Bryn Kliske.
Good afternoon. My name is Bryn Kliske. I am the property manager or ranch manager at Silver Circle Ranch. I just wanted to speak a moment to some of the buildings that are also already existing in our neighborhood. I know it's difficult for you guys to see down there, but we have houses that are in the range of 15,000 square feet, all within a mile of our building. The Ranch Hera Indoor Arena was 52,000 square feet. That is less than 4 miles from our property. Homes that are literally in our exact vicinity are right next to us, that the new build right there on the corner of Dryden and Holcomb Ranch, the combined building of their the three buildings on their property is over 15,000 square feet. So the opposition is trying to say that this is not normal in our neighborhood. There's a gentleman who has a building on Holcomb Ranch Lane with a 45-car metal garage. So if that's not, that's huge. That's huge. It's almost 10,000 square feet. So this is not super abnormal to have a metal building in the property or in the neighborhood. And so I just wanted to speak to this, and I have this to show the exact mileage it is from Silver Circle to that. Additionally, in former meetings that we've had here, we've been compared our indoor arena to the Les Schwab building. They are 3,000 square feet bigger than what our building is. They are taller than our building will be, especially because our building will be recessed. It's down lower than the road. Les Schwab is going to be up on road level. So that's a big difference. All around our neighborhood is considered, it's all horse area. It's normal. This is what it is. Bartley and Ballardini Ranch are both considered horse parks. So these are areas that people trailer in, they bring their horses, they enjoy trail rides, they ride at the public arenas, but nothing is covered. So you can't just trailer to one of these parks in the middle of the winter with 3 feet of snow on the ground, because clearly you can't ride. So having a covered arena is a huge asset to our neighborhood. It's not going to be any different from this. We have, down the middle, I have all of the indoor arenas and covered arenas that are right in our neighborhood, in addition to the 15,000 square foot homes, these mega mansions. And I don't understand how they are going to not impact the neighborhood any more than our building. And the traffic, especially with the 24 homes that they just improved, that is going to be an impact on the neighborhood. Not anything with our indoor, because our indoor is not going to increase the number of horses. It's not going to increase the number of riders. It's only going to make it a safe property in an area for the animals and the horses to be, and the animals and the kids to ride in. With that said, we're just wondering, does Art still live in the neighborhood? Because we have record that he sold his property in 2020, and so we're wondering if he still has any vested interest in the neighborhood because of that. So that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there is no further public comment in chambers and on Zoom, I have no hands raised via Zoom. There is no further public comment.
There's no more public comment. Last chance.
I did get 2 last-minute hands raised on Zoom. Renee Williamson, if you could please unmute and state your first and last name for the record. Renee?
Hi, my name is Renee Williamson Nellis. I am a local equestrian. I am an ICU nurse, and I just wanted to take a moment, excuse me, to voice my unwavering support for this indoor arena for my friends. I would love to bring my horse there. I have a horse down in Minden because there is no covered arena in Washoe County that I had access to. And I wanted to have a property with an indoor arena because I am a nurse that works nights. Sometimes my only time to ride is during inclement weather. I board my horse. I live in Carson. I board my horse in Minden because that is a covered arena property. I would come to this property all the time in inclement weather and whenever I was able to. I have seen, as a nurse, as a child development person, and a former preschool teacher of 20 years, I have seen so much good come from children having access to horses. And I am appalled at the hypocrisy that I have seen of some of the neighbors in the area that raise cattle, that do no manure abatement, and they are criticizing a facility that is beautifully well maintained, has tremendous manure abatement and fly dealings with the flies. And I would just like to voice my unwavering support for this indoor arena to be built. And that is it. And I hope that you guys understand the value and worth of a facility like this for the community in every way possible. And everything has been answered as far as any negative aspects. There will be no increase in traffic, no increase in manure, no increase in horses. The only thing that will increase is safety and enjoyment. And anybody that has seen anybody ride a horse, I dare you not to smile. That is all I have to say. Please approve this facility.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Leah Vengley. Leah, if you could please unmute and state your first and last name for the record.
Hi, everyone. My name is Leah Vengley, and I'm an avid equestrian here in the Reno area for the last couple of years. I'm also a current nursing student, and I can also attest that an indoor arena is extremely valuable to this community. Looking around at facilities, I cannot name one in the local Reno area that is not either extremely far north in the North Valleys or very far south in the Washoe Valleys. So an indoor arena would be very valuable to these students and these riders. And I can attest personally that Liz Reeder is an extremely well-versed trainer and puts her horses and riders above all else. Then I would support this indoor arena.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Shelb's iPhone. If you could please unmute and state your first and last name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Okay, hi. My name is Shelby Mathis. I'm part of the staff at Silver Circle Ranch, and I strongly support this indoor arena for the safety of our riders and our staff and Liz as well. And I'd like to follow what Leah said about Liz being a well-versed trainer, and she's extremely professional and safe. She puts her heart and soul into everything. And the traffic won't increase because, as Bryn said, we don't have more horses coming in, more riders, same amount of riders, our regular riders coming in. We just simply need this for the safety of our riders and our staff so we can ride safely in the winter when it's icy and the ground isn't freezing. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, I have Kristen Koss. Kristen, if you could please unmute and state your first and last name for the record.
Hello, my name is Kirsten Cox, and I have been listening to this meeting since it started. I attended as a neighbor. My house is on Dixon Lane, so I'm 2 miles from Paravases. I am attending as a mother of a rider. I'm attending as a rider myself, and I'm attending as a horse owner. And I'm in complete support of having an indoor arena installed at Paravases. Solely for the safety of the horses and the riders. And I disagree strongly with some of the people in opposition about their concerns. And some of the descriptions that I heard of the property are absolutely unrecognizable. There are no fly issues. As Liz stated earlier, they're a real hazard to horses. And so it's worth everyone's while to make sure that flies never get out of control. As far as urine goes, one of the fellows who says his house is right next to the barn talked about the smell of urine. Well, the wind blows from his house down the hill. So there's no way he can smell urine. And every time I'm on the property, there are no smells other than the smells of trees and the flowers that they have growing on the property. So I just wanted to, I think everyone who's spoken in favor has spoken eloquently. I don't really have much more to add because they've all said it so well. But I just wanted to speak up and voice my complete support for this project. And I really hope you approve it. Thank you.
I do have more in chambers. Ellie Morrison, followed by Hannah Nelson, excuse me. Go ahead, just all three of you state your name for the record. First and last, please.
Are they going to do individual?
Can they do individual?
Yes. Just state your name for the first and last name for the record. Grab the microphone, please.
And you
There you
have
go.
3 minutes each.
Hi, I'm Ruby Tanner.
Hold on, is it on?
Yeah, I think it is. Okay, hi, I'm Ruby Tanner. I'm a rider at Parabase Stables. And I just think, I mean, the indoor arena is a great idea, and it gets really cold, and it's kind of miserable, and it's windy, and it's snowy, and rainy, and we have to do indoor lessons, or like in the barn lessons, which is fine. But, I mean, we'd rather ride, and I just think that it's, in general, it's a good idea. And we need it, definitely.
Hello, my name is Aubrey Morrison, and I'm a rider at Paravases Stables too. And I just recently bought my first horse about 3 weeks ago. And one of my parents' main concerns about getting this horse was that I wouldn't be able to ride a lot in the winter. And I would just have him, and we would both just sit in the barn and not be able to ride, which this indoor arena could definitely fix. And not only in the winter, but in the summer, I overheat a lot, which is definitely not good. And being indoors in this arena could make it a lot cooler, and so that none of the riders or coaches or horses or anyone overheats. So all year, the indoor arena could definitely help with weather and everything.
Hi, I'm Ellie Morrison, Aubrey's mom, and we really need the indoor arena. Aubrey is now riding 5 days a week, and she's actually had the horse a little longer than 3 weeks. But it's a very risky sport, in case you're not aware. I watched my daughter go over the head of Tito and roll away, not get jumped on, as well as fall off and get kicked by the horse. So reducing the risk of her riding on snow or other things in the mud is very appreciated, and that really the indoor arena is for the daily practice sessions that are going to be going on. They can only hold, I think, 5 horses at max. So Landis has done a phenomenal job at getting it all spec'd out, and it's going to be low. But Aubrey has ambitions to ride for a college team. We're competing against the East Coast schools for her to get a spot on one of the top schools in the country. That takes dedication, and actually more than 5 days a week. She does her 6th day on her own. So it's imperative that she has a safe environment, and that's one of the reasons why we're here in Reno. The gentrification of what's going on in California, we really would prefer that not happen here in Reno. There should be room enough for all of us. So, and I am a neighbor. I'm like about a mile away. I'm there, like I said, 5 to 6 days a week. There is no smell. There are no flies. I'm there with my dog. I don't get bit. So I would know if there's a problem. And I definitely would not have my daughter there. And as somebody mentioned, Liz is the trainer of the year. So that says something about the quality. And let me tell you, it was a lot of effort and a lot of people judge the quality of her work. So, and it's a national competition. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I have Hannah Nelson, followed by Amy McDougall.
Hello. Okay. My name is Hannah Nelson. I have been riding at Silver Circle Ranch with Liz Reeder for almost 1.5 years now. I am a senior in high school, so I am currently driving. I would like to address the concern about the traffic. In specific, on my way from school to the barn, if I get stopped by traffic, it has only been from the vehicles that are heading to build the big properties, especially the one like a few minute walks right down from our barn or the new neighborhood that is being built. I've never had an issue for the almost 2 years that I've been driving and heading to our barn. I have never had an issue with traffic going into the barn. It's only been from the new big property that's being built, and it seems like that portion is never probably going to stop, and I don't understand why we are blaming it on our barn. The indoor will not increase any traffic. Thank you for your time.
Amy McDougall.
My name is Amy McDougall. I'm a 5th-generation Renoan, and I'm a first-time homeowner in the North Valleys. I know that this isn't about what's going on in the North Valleys, but the development around the horse property, it's almost disgusting, and it's kind of hard to have horses in that area. So making this the Whitmers front and center of all of this horse property is very huge. Growing up, riding in all of the inclement weather, has kind of made me, yes, the rider that I am today, but when I'm dealing with my own personal horses that are $50,000 for team penning and ranch sorting, it makes it very easy to go and ride in the indoor arena. The Whitmers wouldn't be doing all of this just to have an indoor arena or just to create a debacle with their neighbors. They want to make everything as safe and sufficient for the young riders, for the horses, for the environmental things, because weather is pretty crazy. I can tell you, driving all over the western United States, driving my truck and trailer, the people that have smaller cars going down a 2-lane road are a lot more dangerous than the people that are driving their truck and trailer. These horses get into a vehicle because humans tell them to, and so we as humans need to take that precaution. So, and I know that Liz and all of her clients and all of that take that in lieu of all of the traffic. And talking about the flies, I was a vet assistant for Comstock. I was going to school for vet tech. Flies travel up for 5 miles. So it's not just flies stay around one pile of manure. They travel, they breed successively, so that's just not a problem. And everything that the Whitmers are doing are for protection of human, horse, the environment, and everything else. So it's a needed for Reno in general.
I have Madison and Kim Hodge.
Is it this? Okay, sorry. I'm Kim Hodge. I'm Madison Hodge's mom. We've been riding with Paravasis since she was 4. She's 13 now. Riding has absolutely changed her life. She went, Oh, this is better? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm really bad at this. Writing has changed her life. She went from a very shy child to she is now going to be competing in nationals in the second week of November, which is a national competition for horse riders in Las Vegas, which is huge. And she wouldn't have gotten there without Liz. Liz is an absolutely phenomenal trainer. She's very motivational for the kids. Riding indoor would be fantastic in the wintertime. This past winter, I don't think they rode very much from November all the way through March because of all the snow and the ice that we had. So even if we could just have a place to ride in the winter, that would help them continue their learning and growing as riders. And I really hope you guys vote for this because this would be very important to us.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hodge. I've been riding since I was 4 years old, and it's become such an important part of my life. I just started leasing my first horse, and the lease has a limited time on it, so an indoor arena would help a lot because it would give me more time to ride and practice with my horse. The winter weather in Nevada, is very dangerous to ride in usually because of all of the ice and snow. It's very slippery for the horses. And so an indoor arena would give us more practice time to practice for the show season, which is in the summer months. And it would give me more time with my horse, which I have a limited time with. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Janelle Siderius.
I think you turned it off.
Sorry. Okay. My name is Janelle Siderius. My daughter, Abby, has been riding horses at Pair of Aces for about 3 years now. We started at Pair of Aces after my husband and her dad passed away from cancer. And we came here as a way to help her, be involved with something that was meaningful and help with the grief of the whole process. Liz is amazing. We love Pair of Aces. It's clean. It's been great. There's no traffic problems. I think the big problem is the safety concern with this indoor arena that would help tremendously because as I sit and watch these girls and riders during their lessons, I can't tell you how many times I've almost seen these girls and riders almost pass out because it's too hot, or when it's freezing cold, or when they can't ride because of the weather is inclement. So passing this would be tremendous for all of them and all of us. And so your appreciation is greatly appreciated. I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else in chambers for public comments? Okay, no one else in chambers. On Zoom, I have no hands raised via Zoom.
All right, so last chance. No more public comment? All right. We're going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. All right. What kind of questions do we have for who? I know I have questions for Julie.
I also have questions.
Julie Olander for the record.
Yes, hi, Julie. So how many horses are on the place right now? How many do they have currently?
My understanding is 25.
25?
Correct.
Okay, and how long have they had that 25?
You'd have to ask the applicant that.
Okay, all right. I did a site walk the other day, and I noticed that they had a manure mitigation program going on. I didn't see any steam or anything. In fact, it was very well kept clean and orderly. I also saw a fly mitigation program, would look like fly mitigation program over by the fences on that. The drainage issues and stuff, I think, will be handled as they go through the application process. I think that we are here to either approve or deny the special use permit for a commercial stable use, and they've already got a building permit or business license for that. And there's going to be a lot of checks that they're going to have to make through the building department. There's a lot of things that are going to have to be done. So with that said, one question, encroachment permit. Is there really an encroachment permit needed for this?
Julia Land for the record. I would believe they would already have the encroachment permit either from NDOT and Washoe County. Janelle Thomas for engineering is here, and she might be able to clarify that. But this is a business that's been going on, so the encroachment permit should have already been granted. I mean,
Right.
The only way, you have to have an encroachment permit to access Washoe County Road. This is an NDOT road, but you would need the same kind of access. Maybe Janelle can explain that a little further better than I.
Yeah, can you please explain that?
Yeah, Janelle Thomas, senior civil engineer for the record. I believe that the condition regarding the encroachment permit would just be validation of a current encroachment permit. I don't know if they're doing any kind of improvements to that actual entrance on the public right-of-way.
Okay, all right.
They don't have
I'm sorry, sir, we can't, sorry.
May I make one brief comment?
Go ahead.
Regarding condition 2D, I would like to suggest an amendment to some of the language that's in there to replace the word approved with the words commented on.
And where's that?
In 2D, says prior to approval of a building permit or grading permit, the developer will furnish to the engineering division and development review staff written confirmation from the ditch company that they have reviewed and my suggested words are commented on all ditch crossings, protective fencing, landscaping, and stormwater discharge facilities that may impact the ditch.
Okay.
Staff can take control of managing those suggested improvements or mitigation measures.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, while we're on that topic.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Peter Gishon for the record. So tell me, what is the standard condition? Is the standard condition that any property with an appurtenance to a ditch or a creek must be approved by that entity?
It means that the agency is required to obtain their comment and their concerns regarding any kind of impact to their facilities that they maintain. And that's a standard that we place on most developments that are encroaching or may have an impact. And so we do reach out to the adjacent or, if the facility is actually on the property, we do reach out to those companies that operate and maintain those facilities.
But typically a strict approval is not required?
That is going to be managed on the county side. So we're going to make sure that their concerns are addressed. Trevor, did you have a question?
Go ahead. Let Trevor finish this.
Yeah, I don't know that I have a question. I think there's some concern in regards with the current, the way the condition is currently written. For example, this is a condition requiring approval as it's currently written by the ditch company. And from what we've heard tonight, the ditch company does not sound like they're supportive, and so we don't know that we would get an approval. I don't know that it's a requirement that they approve, but we do send out for comment and review anytime there is a crossing of one of their ditches, so that we do get their feedback. So I do believe the changes that
if there are functional elements that are being constructed appurtenant to that ditch or to that irrigation facility, that would require an approval prior to any kind of appurtenances that were constructed in the ditch. What staff is concerned about in this instance is ensuring that the adjacent property is not developed in such a manner that could create some sort of impediment or harm to that facility. So if you had, we've had projects in the past, and let me just describe one in particular. We have a project in which there will be a crossing of an emergency access road to an irrigation ditch. Because that is a new facility, that emergency access road, that would require easements to be in place, as well as approval from the ditch company for that to be constructed.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Go ahead, Julie. Or Julie.
Kathy.
Miss Kath-
Julian, for the
Miss
record.
Julian.
So I want to understand here, I mean, the concern of the ditch company is that this construction could impact its facility. So what you're suggesting is that their engineer can provide a study of this and comment on it, and then you will let staff determine whether or not concerns are warranted. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And so we would be responsible as the jurisdiction issuing the permit for the construction off-site of the irrigation ditch facility to ensure that proper mitigation is taken place.
Okay, and if what you recommend for some reason does not work and there is damage to that ditch, who bears the liability on this? And is that a reason why, in some cases, it is asked for approval of the affected company to avoid such liability? That's a query for legal, perhaps, I don't know.
There is nothing in code requiring the approval by the ditch company. So, to the extent the water flow changes, that is all the mitigation that the county would have to consider through engineering.
And I'll add that our staff is responsible for making sure that permits comply and conform to all of our code requirements. And so we would verify that the comments that may come from the ditch company or the ditch company's engineering representative, that they are tied to our standards and code compliance.
I have
That's
other
it?
questions, not necessarily for you, though.
Yeah. Julie, thank you.
Okay.
So one of the comments made was that all the trees are going to be removed. Is that true? Because from what I read, they're not.
I'm Julie Olander, for the record. My understanding is not that they have moved the indoor arena is going to be situated in such a way that they are not going to remove very many of them at all. There are some diseased portions of some of the trees, maybe some limbs, some of the partial parts of the trees will have to be removed, but the overall grove of cottonwood trees will remain.
Okay, thank you. All right, does anybody have any questions for her?
Yes. I was out at the facility and I saw the much commented 20 fast-growing trees. They appear to be about 6 foot high. They're very small. And I was concerned that the number of trees, perhaps the applicant can advise how many trees they believe they would be cutting down so that we could have a better estimate of what this will look like, because clearly the 20 fast-growing trees that are said to be there are fairly small, and it'll be many years before they would even begin to cover something. So can we get perhaps an input from the applicant on that?
My name is Huey Zell, for the record. So as I told you before, when I hit the site the first time, I saw that they were going to wipe out all of those trees. And I told Landis, no, we aren't. We aren't taking out hardly any of these trees. But some of those trees are already dead. And a bunch of them, probably 5 or 6, are leaners, what I call leaners. They're going to lean in on the building, and we're going to take those trees out too. We're not going to give them a chance to fall on the building. But if you look at, you were out at this site, so down on the end of the arena, close to Holcomb Ranch Lane, there's a little grove of cottonwood trees. You'll remember there's 3 or 4 or 5 of those, the smaller ones in that grove. They're dead or diseased. It'll be coming out. But the main portion of the grove itself is going to remain. And then as you look down the arena, on the right, there's a line of larger cottonwood trees. And as I recall, there's 2 or maybe 3 that are leaners, larger ones, that'll have to be removed. But and a couple of dead ones that are smaller ones. They'll be gone. But the bulk of the trees that are there will remain. This is from up above. It's a different plate. Keep trying. Keep trying. Oh, should I do it? Other way? Yeah, here we go.
Other way.
Make it go. Or I'm going to get cranky. All right, find me one showing the arena. There we go. Oh, okay. Keep going. Slow down now. You're getting ahead of me here. Okay, stop right there. Okay, so you see the building there, and you see the left-hand large dark window in the building facing us. If you look over the building, you can see a leaner. There's a tree that's leaning right in on the building. That one's going to go. And then if you look to the left, you can see at the end of the building, on the other side of the building, there's another leaner there. That guy's gone. And then if you look to the left of the building, that's the grove of trees that I'm talking about. And there are a few trees in there that aren't leaners, but they're dying or diseased. Those guys are going to get thinned out. And mainly we're doing this, A, to protect the building from the trees, but also to protect people. And I've been on Landis and Liz about getting these trees trimmed up, and we're going to do that before this is over with, so that we don't have any, I call them widowmakers, up in the tops of those trees that could fall down on the kids or the other riders of the horses. But mainly we're going to clean up the grove to make it healthy, not take the grove out.
Okay, not to belabor a point, but it looks like you have deciduous trees, pine trees, in places that don't actually exist. Does that imply that you're going to be putting trees in?
Those trees are already there, actually. They're just not that tall. When I was working with the graphics designer in Utah putting this together, I told him, you could see them in the original picture, the little tops of the trees sticking up. I told him, grow the trees up so they can see.
Got it.
Okay,
got it. Okay, thank you. Are you also in charge of the building itself with some knowledge of the technology of the building?
The metal building itself, no. The metal building company did the design of the building itself, but I likely will be doing the foundation for the building.
Okay, well, perhaps you or Ms. Reeder could address the question of, will the facility have any kind of HVAC system, heat in the winter, air conditioning in the summer, and is there any kind of noise impact of that or whatever? Thank you.
It's yours.
No, there will not be. The building is insulated. We will have hopefully some lights and some fans up in the ceiling, but there's no HVAC system, nothing along those lines whatsoever.
Thank you. And in terms of hours of operation, the business license, as I understand, has no stated operational hours. That was agreed to by the county and the clients, both you and the Whitmers. So is it possible that your business model would change and you might change those hours of operation, or are you committed to those hours of operation that were stated in the staff report?
We're committed to those hours. So those are 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And realistically, lessons generally start at 8 or 9 in the morning in the summer months, maybe 9 or 10 in the winter months. It makes it a little safer for everybody to get to the site because a lot of times the roads are a little bit icy. In the wintertime months, or in the summertime months, we do frequently have a 6 p.m. lesson. I've got adults that work 9 to 5. I've got kids that are in school with other extracurriculars. But generally speaking, our last lesson does start at 6 p.m. We'll end at around 7 p.m. at night. That gives us some time to get the horses tidied up, get everything tucked away, put together. We're generally speaking not looking to be out there at all hours of the day. I'd love to be home with my husband. Kids would love to be in bed for school.
And that's during the summer. But right now, during the winter, what are your hours typically?
During the winter, our hours are the same. So some of the kids that spoke touched on it. And part of why I say the traffic patterns won't change is all of last winter, it was awful. We had a terrible winter. We didn't get to ride much. The lessons still continue. The kids just aren't riding. So they're still coming to the site. They're learning unmounted horsemanship. They are doing video analysis of their rides. They are learning how to care for the horses. They are learning sports psychology. They are maintaining fitness. They're sitting on a barrel with a saddle on it. You name it, we got very creative. But those things still continued all winter long. So riding was canceled. Lessons were not.
Okay, and is there plans to have indoor competitions or shows within the enclosed building?
No, there is not. I'm happy to pull that overlay back up that shows the size. I've got a copy of it here.
How does that size compare with your outdoor arena?
So the video, we could potentially pull it back up on the staff report. It was slide number 8 or 9 probably. So the current lower dressage arena that's being covered is slightly longer and slightly narrower, very similar square footage, slightly different shape than the indoor arena that's being proposed. If we could put that. Slide 6, please. While they're working on slide 6, the tan line here is our current lower outdoor arena. The green lines are the proposed indoor arena, of which there's a small cutout in the corner. There's a storage facility here that's about 2,000 or 3,000 square feet, and then our riding space is about 11,000 square feet. Ironwood Events Center is the red. Livestock Events Center is the exterior of it. The video that we took with the drone footage showed what it looks like to have 5 riders riding on the floor of what our proposed indoor arena is, working through a decanter. If we can get that to play, it makes for kind of a nice visual. So that space is measured out to be the same size and shape as the proposed indoor arena, the riding floor. If we can get it to play, those riders, I should note, are all very advanced. They've been riding for at least 3 years. A couple have been riding their whole lives and are adults. So they're cantering around in there, and you can see how tight that space becomes if we can get that to play.
No, what we received didn't have the video playing, so we just have the image.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I could pull a video up if you guys are interested in seeing it, but.
I guess one more question would be, is there, right now you don't have any policy of walk-ins. You only train those people with horses there or who are using your rental horses or whatever. But is there anything in the business license that would keep you from allowing people to bring their horses into this arena and use that arena, as a number of people have said that they would like to be able to do?
So our current policy does allow facility haul-ins. It's very, very rare. Generally speaking, people are either on one of my lesson horses or they have their horses at the site. You are allowed to haul in if you would like to take a lesson. I probably see 4 haul-ins a year.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions for anybody? Oh,
yes.
Go ahead.
Ms. Olander, please.
It's all yours. Oops, sorry.
Peter Gishon for the record. I know we have a land use decision before us, but there are just so many of these like fine details that get muddy. So if you just clarify for me, I think there's an assertion that HDR zoning does not allow special events. Does it? I mean, even though permitted, have these been appropriate?
Julie Olander for the record. So what's before you today is a commercial stables. That is allowed in HDR with a special use permit. The events, as Mr. Gissinger explained earlier, they apply for separately. That is through business license, the business license group. It's not through planning.
But irrespective of zoning, they would be appropriate?
Yes. You can have a horse, that's what that license procedure reviews. So you can come in for a horse show, you could come in for a wedding, you could come in for, up at the lake, we see lots of different events around the 4th of July. So any of those events come in through business licensing. And some of them, as Chair Pierce can speak to, and maybe Board Member Julian have seen before you. At certain size, there's a certain number of attendees, then that comes before the Board of Adjustment. However, my understanding is the horse shows they're proposing to have here are under the 99 or less, and so those probably wouldn't come before you, but they do have to apply for a license, a temporary events license.
Okay. And is there anything in county code describing an appropriate number of horses per acre?
We don't really have, that really is managed more through animal control and any kind of complaints. We have a certain amount of horses you can have on your personal property, and basically you can have 2 livestock on 35,000 square feet or less, and then after that, there's an unlimited amount. We don't have anything that would control that amount of horses. But that, again, is for your personal use. So if you personally owned 10 horses and you had an acre, that would be allowed. If you had only 35,000 to a half an acre, you could only have 2 horses, 2 cows, 2 pigs, any of that. But this is a commercial stables, and that's the reason a special use permit is required to determine if it's appropriate to have this number of horses on this property. But we don't have any regulations on how many per acre for commercial stables.
Okay. Switching over to engineering, is it typical to build in an AE flood zone?
Janelle Thomas for the record. So yes, you can build in a AE floodplain. You cannot construct a structure within the floodway. A portion of this property is within the FEMA designated floodway, but that is not where the proposed structure is located.
Okay. And the current septic system, is it adequate for a commercial boarding facility? Or do you contemplate upgrades being required there?
That's out of my wheelhouse. That's going to be with our health.
Julie Olander for record. That was reviewed by the health department, and as was spoken to earlier, they had to upgrade their septic because of the business licensing issues they were having. So they are up. Health department has, I can't remember exact. They did not. It looks like they just need to make sure that when they come in for that, and that is only when they come in for the building permit or the business license, most like the business license, that they will have to get a proof of permit from the NDEP that their septic meets that requirement. However, my understanding is that has already been approved because of the business license they have currently. And that came about in the last, that came about in the last time this project came before us. Health looked at the business license and they had concerns about the septic. And then that was resolved, and then the business license they have now that allows the 35 horses plus 2 retired horses was signed off by health department.
Okay. So relative to improvements, we're satisfied on our findings?
Yes, all of those, they really sorted all those out in the last time this came before this board and the outcome from that meetings.
Okay. I don't know if anyone's here from environmental health, but again, this notion of the amount of animal waste somehow contaminating, local groundwater. Can anybody speak to the veracity of those potential allegations?
If I can interject and remind that the scope of the Board of Adjustment is not to define the legal non-conforming use of the 35 horses. That has already been established by the county. So the number 35, absent tying it into the factors of the special use permit before you for the indoor arena, is not subject to the Board of Adjustment altering.
Okay. Okay.
I have a follow-up question, slightly related to what you've just said, because I thought I heard Ms. Olander say that the number of horses is kind of determined under a special use permit, yet the applicant has gone with the county and agreed on a business license that gives the number of horses. So it's almost like a back door into the number of horses without the special use permit review that would have opined on the appropriate number of horses. And please, and now you're saying to us that we're not to touch the issue of the number of horses. But my understanding of reading on this special use permit was that we were supposed to review a permit to bring a commercial stable to board 35 horses into conformance with county. So we are looking at that, aren't we? I mean, please help me understand this.
As the planning manager, Chad Geisinger, indicated at the beginning of the meeting, what they currently have is a vested right for 35 horses on the property. That is a legal non-conforming. The reason that it's legal non-conforming is that it never went through a proper special use permit process. It was approved at a time when that was not a requirement. Again, this dates back decades.
The 35 number was approved?
The use type was approved. What was established back in 2021 was the number of horses based on the number of stalls that are in the existing barn that dates back, I don't know when the barn was constructed, but we did not have record of the actual number of horses allowed with the business license that was issued back in the 70s. We didn't have any record of it, so we had to establish a number. The number was established based on the number of stalls in the existing barn that's been there for decades.
And that number, it was established in 2023, as I understand from the documentation.
Right.
Right,
Correct.
because the business license in 2021 did not state a number.
That's correct.
And so the comment that you made that a special use permit opines on the number of horses that might be acceptable in a particular location, that in this case, it wasn't the special use permit, it was the business licensing department, correct?
So just to give another voice here, maybe. So they have a license. They have a business license that allows them to have 35 horses and 2 retired horses on the property. What we're trying to do is bring them up to current code. As Mr. Lloyd explained, they were not required to have a special use permit when this license was issued originally. So now we're trying to bring them up to current standards and memorialize that. And in doing that, you're being asked to approve or deny the special use permit to allow them to have 35 horses. And the way that they came up with that 35 horses was based on the number of stalls that they have on the property, and then the possibility of having 2 retired horses out in the pasture.
Okay, thank you. And I think there was only one more question. Oh, on the special event. My understanding is that they need to come, it comes to the board if it's over 100 people?
It comes to the BOA if it's over 299.
299, okay. And then who does it go to if it's below 100?
It just is, it's administrative permit that gets reviewed by planning staff and signed off by planning staff.
And if it's between 100 and whatever, 295?
It's somewhat the same process. So it travels a little bit differently, but they're somewhat the same approval process. We do have to get the Director of Planning and Building to sign off on it. So there are 3 different ones. Well, there's really 4. If it's over that $699, it goes to Board of County Commissioners. If it's 1,000 or more, excuse me.
Sure. And until it comes to the Board of Adjustment, it doesn't get any public notice, right? Or does it?
It does. So at 99 or less, it doesn't. And then that gap between 99 and up to 299, it gets publicly noticed.
So when Ms. Reeder says that in one of these documents that the number is typically 100 to 150, these would then be getting public notice, right?
She said that their events are under that 99, so they would not get public notice. Did you?
So until we came in front of this board last year, we were unaware
State
of.
your name.
Oh, Liz Reeder, for the record. We were unaware of the requirement. We had hosted the one show in October of 21, came in front of this board either January or February 22, and recognized the process and the rules and all of that involved. So since then, we have set it up that the number of people is under that 99, so that it's a non-issue and we get our license that way. And frankly, we have to ride during daylight hours. No one wants to be out there again late at night. And the number of horses that we can handle within the day runs into that number naturally. So if there's a holdover in the SUP, it's a holdover from the last time. Thank you.
Julie Olander, for the record, just to give you the exact numbers, Board Member Julian. So 100 to 299, they get noticed, every property within 500 feet. So under that 0 to 99, there's no noticing. That does come in as a special events, and planning does sign off on it. The 100 to 299 is considered an outdoor community event, and there's a decision letter that's sent to the applicant. The 300 to 999 is, again, somewhat the same process, and they're noticed for 500 feet.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
For the record, Don Christensen. Question for Julie. Done a great job. This is one of the biggest ones that we've worked together on. Going back to the denial that this board granted in February last year, the nature and the makeup of the board has changed quite drastically. You'd have 2 members of the board that present today that were present in February, one that voted for approval, one that voted for a denial. My question for you is this: if you can summarize what has materially changed in this application from the February application that we denied. And I do recall one of the things that really bothered me was the concerns for traffic. And I haven't heard where we've had any change at all in mitigating the concerns that I had then, I still have today, of physical traffic, somehow mitigating that problem. And we did mention that there were some specifics like septic upgrades and things like that. If you can summarize what has changed in that period of time, so that we may really consider actually reversing ourselves on that denial.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Your findings must be based on the evidence before you today, just as a reminder. Your findings today must be based on the evidence before you today.
Julie Olander.
Thank you for that clarification.
I can go ahead and answer this basically. I understand, as as legal has said, it's based on today. There's very minor changes, the size of the arena, somewhat the location, some of the grading involved. So overall, basically, it's the same application. I would say that, again, on the traffic that was brought up last year, I presented that slide today showing the NDOT counts. And when I talked to NDOT about this, it doesn't rise to the level where they will probably do any kind of mitigation. They are aware that there's bikers out there, that's a very popular area for biking, and that for that reason they are aware. And there's some conversation about providing some different doing some changes out there. But I was told that there's nothing, it's not on any list to widen that road. There's nothing that warrants them to widen the road because of the counts.
Thank you again, Julie.
I have a bit of a follow-up question on the road aspects. With the construction of this facility, it's going to be usable at night, more so, for activity, and usable during the winter. And it could involve also additional horse trailers or whatever for whatever events in the wintertime, if you have indoor events. What is the road condition in the winter? And again, it falls to the applicant, I think. In terms of snow, in terms of plowing, in terms of safety, because there were raised issues of the trailers, and when I saw the road today, I felt insecure walking along that road today, and there was a deep ditch on both sides, I think, and so it's not the safest road in the summer, so how is it in the winter?
Julia Lander, for the record. This is a rural road. It's not, not set up with sidewalks or gutter, curb and gutter. And that's how NDOT views the road. They see it as a road that travels, I think, about 2,500 AADTs. That's average daily trips. And that's how they measure roads and how they decide if roads need improvements, if they need a third lane, if they need some kind of more lighting, all those aspects that get roads improved. Like I said, it's as I raised this question to both NDOT and RTC, there was no interest, or it just it doesn't rise to the level. NDOT does, they're responsible for plowing that road. I'm not sure if there's an agreement between Washoe County because of the location of it. There might, sometimes the county does plow some of the roads depending on where their location, I understand. However, this road does get plowed. It is a road that's used and is plowed. So in the wintertime, that's how that's managed.
Would Ms. Reeder, did you want to comment on that?
Whoa. Thank you. Yes, as far as wintertime goes, the road is certainly plowed and handled. Liz Reeder, for the record. The road is certainly handled outside of our scope, but I can speak to our piece, the driveways all the way down. So we do have a snow removal service that does de-icing and snow removal for us. We have to have emergency access to the animals at all times, right? We've got to be able to get a veterinarian in there. We've got to be able to get a horse out in a trailer to a vet safely. So we're very vested in making sure that the property stays very accessible that way. And as far as the waste management dumpster goes, the Whitmers invested quite a bit of funds near the dumpster to ensure that there's road base up there as well. So that way the dumpster can always be accessed by waste management, assuming that waste management feels comfortable being on the road. Occasionally they have their pickup challenges with the larger trucks, just like the school buses do, where you'll have your delay. But as far as our property goes, that is certainly set up well in the winter.
Okay, I got a question for the engineer. Okay, I just want to make sure that I understand this correctly. So on the motion, where it says Exhibit A, am I understanding it that on 2D, we need to change that from the ditch company to the county engineer?
Janelle Thomas, for the record. No, my suggested edit to that is to replace the word approved, which is on the third line down, to the words commented on.
Okay, I'm not following. It's in D though, right?
Yes.
It's in D, third line down, approved. Okay, got it. To what?
Commented on.
Common what?
Commented on, O-N.
Okay. And all ditch crossings, protected. Okay. All right, does anybody else have any more questions? No more questions. All right, any discussion? I'll entertain a motion. Does somebody want to make a motion on this? Discuss it? Okay.
I'm at a disadvantage because I've got a colleague on this side and two on that side, but there are some real concerns that I have. And in deference to our legal advice, I'm not going to compare it to the last time we heard this case. But the density of this project, and we're talking about, yes, it's been approved for a certain density of animals for this project, and I think the addition to the of the building that we're talking about, and it does relate to the density, but what we have created here, or have allowed, is what was traditionally a residential operation, and no, nobody lives at this location. It's not residential anymore, and I missed this prior to today, that it used to be 55 acres, and that density was lovely. I think that's just a great thing that Mr. Nelson operated very admirably. Now it's 12.56 acres, and I think that density is wrong for this neighborhood. As far as the comings and goings and the operation of up to 4 events a year, and we're going to have more people involved in operating on those roads and through that narrow gate. And it just doesn't make me very happy to see how this was presented and what the realities really are. When lawyers are faced with a great opposition to something and the logic perhaps is not in their favor, and lawyers and others, they'll tell a story instead of sticking to the facts. So I did a little homework here on the testimony that we received today. There were 15 people that spoke that were opposed, and 31 in favor, and 23 stories. And in other words, yeah, it's lovely that we have these clients, these young ladies particularly, and it's a real benefit to them, but that's not what we're here to deal with. What we're here to deal with is this a project that, or a special use permit that fits all 5 of those criteria? And the folks that were telling the story didn't talk about those 5 criteria, the conditions of consistency, improvement, site suitability, issuance non-detrimental. The 5th one, of course, effect on military installation does not apply here. To my colleagues, I think that they have not met the consistency and improvements, adequate roadways, and site suitability based on the fact that in years past it was suitable with 55 acres. It's not suitable today, in my opinion, with 12.56 acres. It's a little bit out of control. So my recommendation would be not to approve this special use permit application.
Okay.
I have a comment, and I was writing this down as I listened to the public on this, and I understand the benefits of equestrian activities and the mental benefits, the physical benefits, the great stuff it does for kids. But that, as my colleague has said, is not, and the health of the horses, yes, get that completely, but that is not the subject of the Board of Adjustment. We are here to address these, 5 findings here. And when I look at that, and I look at issues of detrimental impacts to community, I tend to turn to the people who actually live in the community, and I've heard concerns about expanding the use. I mean, we do know that it will expand the use because we've heard from everyone. They love having this indoor facility. It will create more use. So obviously it's going to expand the use, and it'll, especially during the winter time. And other issues have come up, whether it be indoor lighting issues or issues of concerns about the floodplain. I really wish the staff report had addressed some of these concerns more head-on so that we would have some of these things dealt with. So as I look at this, I would tend to agree with my colleague that I would have a difficulty finding it consistent with the improvements about roadway improvements, and also issuance not detrimental based upon what we've heard. It may be that things have improved. And if they have improved, then again, I asked the question of staff, what was the record of complaints or citations or whatever, and how were they handled? And the answer was, there are no outstanding complaints. But that doesn't tell me about what has happened in the past and what may be coloring the neighbor's view of this. And I think that's an important aspect, and I can't agree with this right now based upon what I've seen in the documentation, and I did read all 600 and some pages or whatever. So that's where I'm coming down on this. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do you want to go?
No.
Go ahead.
Speak a bit. Peter Gashan for the record. Look, guys, my family does own horses. We have boarded at various facilities around town. I don't think that there's anything extraordinary about the density proposed with 30-some horses on 12.5 acres based upon the other licensed facilities where my family has engaged in horse activities. I think I heard a nice note about the Southwest Meadows Truckee Plan that including economic use with this activity is a goal. So I'm not bothered by the fact that this is a for-profit business, so I can find consistency with the Southwest Area Plan based on that comment about economic benefit. To my mind, improvements have been addressed adequately. I think the site is suitable. The building and planning process will ensure that the issuance will not be detrimental, and effect on military installation is not in play. To Kathy's point, I mean, there may have been a lot of stuff in the past. I don't like the fact that there's a container visible on the road. I don't like the fact that the horse manure container is visible from the road. I don't know what you can do to mitigate things like that, but that's not what we're here to discuss, the management and operation of the business, but, can we make these 5 findings? And based upon everything that I've studied and been a part of, I would be in favor of the SUP.
Okay, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I'm in favor with Peter. I can find all 5 findings. I think that they have done a remarkable job in presenting their case. And I'm totally in favor of this. And so with that said, I'd like to entertain a motion, one way or the other. Peter, would you like to make a motion with that change?
Peter Gishon for the record. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 23-0029 for Propony LLC with the conditions as modified included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30.
With the change to 2D and the wording on the third line down that they had reviewed and commented on all ditch crossings, and the rest of it's the same.
Right.
I will second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
2 ayes and 2 nays.
There was no majority vote, therefore the motion fails.
Would you read the appeal procedure, please?
I will do that. And just for clarity for those in the room, the decision today is a technical denial. That does not mean that it invalidates the existing business license. That business license is still valid into the future. So most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and qualify as an aggrieved person or party, you may appeal in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is reduced to writing, filed with the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment, and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-6100 for information on the appeal procedure and application fee.
Thank you. With that, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Board of Adjustments meeting back to order. It's 5:19. Next item on the agenda is general public comment, which I moved at the beginning. Do we have any general public comment?
I do. I have Kitty Nepper in chambers. Please state your first and last name for the record. Victoria Meyer is next.
Katie Nepper. On 8/3/23, we went before this board in regard to a special use permit for Safe Embrace, which was denied. Thank you. On 8/17, Safe Embrace's attorney, Kendra Jepson, filed an appeal along with a letter to Washoe County Planning, which is attachment A for the Board of Commissioners meeting now set for 11/28, and this is page 3 of her letter. The reason I'm here today is to bring Safe Embrace's many falsifications and misrepresentations, which are easily verifiable, to the county's attention. A member of the district attorney's office is here, and to ask the county to enforce Code 125 prohibited acts. These include: 1, at the 8/3 meeting, Safe Embrace's attorneys told this board no neighborhood response program is in place. Yet in Ms. Jepson's letter, she states, quote, the neighbors have been repeatedly informed of staff emails and the 24-hour live call number for Safe Embrace that they needed to report or discuss anything happening in the neighborhood, and no calls have been received, unquote. Not one neighbor has been given this information. 2, in this same letter, Ms. Jepson states, in the 22 years in operation, there's not been one incident in or around the shelter that was detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of the public, end quote. In this time frame, Washoe County Sheriff's deputies have been out many times, once with guns drawn, pointing at the Safe Embrace house, once knocking on the door of the house across the street from them instead of theirs around 2 in the morning, and once just recently when a little 3-year-old girl from the Safe Embrace facility was wandering around in the neighbor's driveway at 7 in the morning. 3, Safe Embrace maintained in their application there were no deed restrictions that applied. 4, Safe Embrace falsified the amount of livable square feet. They only have a permitted amount for 16 occupants. Planning now concedes the attached garage is not habitable since it is not heated, and the detached structure was never permitted for more than 300 square feet. Mr. Pierce on 8/3 said he trusted Julie's calculation. Unfortunately, Julie relied on Safe Embrace's calculation, which was deliberately inaccurate. 5, on their application, Safe Embrace said they had been operating as a group care facility for over 20 years. That was planning's #1 reason for approval on each finding until right before the Board of Adjustment meeting when we met with them and proved this was inaccurate. 6, on their appeal, Safe Embrace said this board based its decision in part on false public comment. They don't say what the false public comment was because there wasn't any. There's more, but I am out of time, and this should do anyway. Safe Embrace needs to be held accountable just like anyone else. There are consequences for deliberate improper conduct, or at least there should be. Both the application and appeal are based on falsifications and misrepresentations, and as such should not be allowed to proceed. Please enforce code. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Victoria Meyer. Victoria, you in chambers? It appears I have no further public comment at chambers.
No comment via Zoom. No hand via Zoom.
So there's no more public comment anywhere, right? No. Okay, so we're going to close general public comment, and we're going to move on to approval of the amended August 3rd draft minutes, and I have one change on page 3. It states about halfway down, it states Chair Thomas asked whether a 1-year extension, blah, blah, blah. And just remove the word chair and just put member. Other than that, I have no issues with it. Does anybody else have any changes?
No changes.
Okay, can I get a motion to accept as amended?
I'll move to approve the amended August 3rd, 2023 minutes.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to move on to 8A, Administrative permit case number WAD MIN 23-0013 Miller Garage. Mr. Lloyd, would you like to announce that?
Of course. For hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve an administrative permit for a 800-square-foot detached accessory structure that is larger than the existing 400-square-foot main residence. Representing Washoe County, this matter is Senior Planner Courtney Wyke.
Courtney, I will give you the option. If you would like to skip your presentation and just hit the 5 facts, we will accept that.
We're supposed to use this? Okay, apologize. Yes, Courtney Wyke, Senior Planner. For the record, this is W Admin 23-0013. I'll offer it up to the board. What's the pleasure, whether or not to go through the full presentation or?
That is up to you. We are okay with skipping the presentation.
Okay. Essentially, this is the request before you is to approve an administrative permit for a roughly 800 square foot detached accessory structure, which is larger than the primary residence. The primary residence is 400 square feet. Access is taken from an existing easement off Thwet Court. Here's the site plan and elevations. Essentially, all design standards such as setbacks and maximum height are met. All required noticing did occur, 69 properties. One phone call was received, and that neighbor was actually inquiring on how he could do a similar project on his own parcel. Staff believes all findings can be made, and I have provided a motion for your consideration, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Does the applicant present, would they like to make a presentation? No? Okay. Do we have any public comment? Let's open up public comment.
No public comment in chambers, and I have no hands raised via Zoom.
Okay, let's bring it back to the board for a motion. Go ahead, or discussion.
Okay, I'm happy to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay, I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Board of Adjustment approve administrative permit case number WAD MIN 23-0013 for Carol Miller, with the conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Development Code Section 110.808.25, consistency improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effect on military installation.
Wonderful. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any motion passes unanimously. Thank you. That brings us on to item B, administrative permit case number WAD MIN 23-0014, Crawford Care of the Infirm. Mr. Lloyd.
Sure. This is for hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve an administrative permit to allow a recreational vehicle to be occupied by a caretaker for the care of 2 infirm residents on the property located at 5349 Side Hill Drive in Sun Valley. The infirm residents will live in the existing dwelling on the property. Representing Washoe County in this matter is Planner Tim Evans.
Thank you. Tim Evans, Planner. So before you today is administrative permit case number WAdmin 23-0014, Crawford Care of the Infirm. So the subject site, is located at 5349 Side Hill Drive in Sun Valley. And so the project site is located within the boundaries of the Sun Valley Area Plan, and the property is zoned medium-density suburban, MDS, and the surrounding parcels have similar sizes and uses and are developed with single-family dwellings and accessory structures. So the request before you today is for the administrative permit to allow a recreational vehicle to be occupied for the care of the infirm residents. There are 2 infirm residents that would be being taken care of. The caretakers will live in the RV, and the infirm residents will live in the home. And so before you there, on that slide there, it shows the location of the proposed RV being located at the rear of the property, with the existing dwelling or manufactured home being located towards the front. So as stated on the slide, excuse me. Okay. So pursuant to Washoe County Code Section 110.310.36G, an RV may temporarily be used for the care of an infirm resident subject to approval of an administrative permit. And in order to temporarily occupy the RV, the property must contain a permanent dwelling that is occupied by the caretakers of the infirm person, a signed affidavit from a Nevada licensed physician stating the need for an on-premise care must be submitted, and the permit must be renewed annually. So the applicant, in order to apply for this, submitted an administrative permit in addition to a signed and notarized affidavit stating the need for an on-premise caretaker, which is included as Exhibit D of the staff report, and that signed affidavit was from their actual doctor. Pursuant to Washoe County Code Section 110.310.35G, the RV shall be screened from view of the street as much as practical. There are 3 street frontages, as you can see on the screen, for this property. The RV will be screened from view of Side Hill Drive by the existing dwelling, as it will be located towards the rear of the property. The RV will be located at the rear of the property. And view of the remaining from the 2 remaining streets will be taken care of by the existing 6-foot privacy fence. The property is zoned medium-density suburban, which requires a 20-foot front and rear yard setbacks and an 8-foot side yard setback, but due to the wording for structure within Washoe County Code, the RV does not meet the definition of structure and is not subject to setbacks. However, the RV will be set back from the property boundaries, and that will help aid in screening from view of all those streets. So as far as utilities go, Washoe County Code Section 110.310.35G requires that no discharge of any litter, sewage, effluent, or other matter shall occur except into sanitary facilities designed to dispose of the material. The subject property is served by Sun Valley General Improvement District for water and sewer services and waste management for garbage collection. And Washoe County Building and SVGID provided conditions to ensure appropriate utility, water, and sewer connections for the RV will be available. So the application was sent to 13 different agencies for review. 4 agencies commented, and 2 provided conditions. Proper noticing for the project occurred. A total of 75 property owners within 500 feet of the subject site were noticed. And staff, as stated on the slide there, is able to make all 5 required findings as detailed on pages 7 and 8 in the staff report. And staff recommends the Board of Adjustment approve administrative permit case number WAdmin 23-0014 and provides the following possible motion language. And I am here and available to answer any questions, and I believe the applicant is here as well.
Okay, would the applicant like to make a presentation? No. Okay, let's open up public comment. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment in chambers, and I have no hands raised via Zoom.
Okay.
I have one brief question for Tim. You mentioned a privacy fence, and elsewhere in the document, I think it says a cyclone fence, which is a chain link fence. Does this privacy fence have slats?
So, excuse me, Tim Evans for the record. Yeah, so it has it's a screening on that cyclone fence.
Okay.
Is what's existing.
Fine, thank you.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion if we have a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Go ahead.
I move, for the record, Don Christensen, I move that after giving reason consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve administrative permit case number WADMIN 23-0014 for Donald and Betty Crawford, with the conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Development Code Section 110.808.25, consisting of consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effect on a military installation.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nay, none. No opposed. Passes. That moves us on to C, administrative permit case number WADMIN 23-0015 for the Johnson Garage. Mr. Lloyd.
For hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve an administrative permit for an 8,100 square foot detached accessory structure that is larger than the existing 2,644 square foot main residence. Representing Washoe County again is Senior Planner Courtney Wyke.
You have permission to skip the presentation if you would like.
Okay. Is that the pleasure of the board? I'm seeing nodding heads, so I'm available for any questions. I do believe the applicant is on Zoom, as well as their project architect or engineer is in the chambers, if you have any questions for them.
Okay, does the applicant want to make a presentation?
I'm not seeing any hands raised from any
Okay.
of the participants on Zoom.
All right, well then let's open up public comment. Do we have any public comment?
We do. I have Mike Heike
Okay.
with JB Benna to follow.
Good evening. Is it working?
No, it's not.
I'm Mike Heike.
It should be green.
There you go.
Hi, good evening. I'm Mike Heike.
Okay.
And I'm a resident of Washoe County, and I lived in the community where this building is going to be built off of the Mount Rose Highway for the last 47 years. I'm here today to oppose the construction of an 8,100 square foot metal warehouse that's being proposed at 5955 Rock Farm Road. The agenda listed as a garage. It's not a garage, but if you look at the plans, it's a metal warehouse. The applicant of the proposed 8,100 square foot metal warehouse wants you to believe that they are residents who live at 5955 Rock Farm Road. The applicant of the 8,100 square foot metal warehouse actually live in a different community where metal warehouses are not allowed. The applicant proposes to build a metal storage facility for his boats, jet skis, motorhomes, and travel trailers to store them in a facility in my community. A metal warehouse should be built in an industrial area where it's allowed, not in a residential community. I'm asking you today to not approve the special use permit allowing the applicant to build an 8,100 square foot metal warehouse in a residential community. Thank you.
Thank you.
JB Benna, followed by Rudo Rumler.
Hi, JB Benna for the record, and thanks for listening to me. Do you have the slides here, or the projector? Okay, I don't know if we can see these photos. Okay. I'm also a neighbor in the area. I've lived there for 10 years. I know Mike and Rudo and these guys, and we live out there because of the views. And so I would like to say that this is not consistent with the neighborhood. I mean, there's a small, mobile home type building that was built on there just recently, and the applicant does live in the Montreux community, does want to, store things, and it's just not consistent with the area. And I feel like there is precedence of a project like this being denied. My in-laws live down on Byler, which is similar Forest Service lots. That was 14085 Byler Road. David Wood, the professional basketball player, was trying to build a large metal warehouse facility with a small mobile home to justify the large building, and it was denied by you guys. So I think that that's precedence that this is not like, as Mike said, this is not a warehousing area. There's plenty of area, in Sparks and South Meadows where you can find warehousing facilities. And then, these photos here are just showing some of the views, which, I'm a real estate agent. I work for Tahoe Mountain Realty. And views are important for property values. I think this is going to take down property values. This here is the view from Rudo's house, who's lived in the area for 50 years. This fence is 5 feet tall, so the structure is going to be pretty big here. And then this is a view from Maddie, who's Mike's mother-in-law. And this would be blocking the view of the mountains there too. So we live out there for the wide open spaces, the views, and we don't want that destroyed. And I wouldn't have as big of a problem with this if this guy was building a house that he was living in and he was part of the community and then he was adding a garage, but he's just building a storage facility in our neighborhood. So I'd appreciate that did not happen. Thank you.
Sir, can I get a copy of those photos, please? Sure.
I have Rudo Rummler.
Hello, my name is Rudo Rummler. I've lived up here basically all my life. I wanted to show this. Can you? My worry with this size structure is that it may be turned into some sort of commercial venture in our area. This is a view from my backyard, and right here is where this building would be in front of Mount Rose. She used as okay for this another building, a horse barn down the hill about a half a mile, and it's a horse. It's a big barn. It's open on one side. There are no garages in our area that's more than 20. There's a lot of 2,500 square foot garages, but nothing 8,100 square feet. This is way out of the norm, and I think to say it wouldn't stand out and be a detriment to the area is wrong. So I guess that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I also get a copy of those photos, please? There are no further public comments in chambers, and I have no hands raised via Zoom. Thank you.
Okay.
I apologize. I just got one hand raised by Kevin and Brittany Johnson.
Go ahead.
If you could please unmute and state your first and last name for the record.
Hi, Brittany Johnson.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
And Kevin Johnson's here with me.
Kevin Johnson, yes.
So we bought the 5 acres off of a dirt road where nobody is at, and we actually have images where there is a huge metal shed that has 4 huge garage stalls, and it's solely for the purpose of just our residential stuff. There's going to be no change in anything, and it's going to be on a lower elevation, and we don't want to upset anybody. It's for the sole purpose of our toys. We have a place right now and it's 5,600 square feet and we're bursting out the seams. So we wanted to be over on the dirt road, and it's only us going in and out with all of our stuff, and we wanted it to be climate controlled. And my parents are the ones that live on the property with that. We don't want to disturb anybody. We have no intentions for anything negative, so.
We could also, it's going to be dug down, and we could also move it, or, we could talk to everybody and figure out a way to where we could, move the thing. We don't have to put it there, but I would like to make it to where everyone can still see their views. I don't want to block anyone's
Yeah, we have
views.
no intentions of anything commercial. It's solely for us as residents. It's not.
And we can dig it down deeper, make it lower, or move it.
And I have
or
images.
however you want to do it.
Yeah, I have images of the area where there's several metal garages there. It's all on dirt roads. It's not around a ton of people. It's like away from things. So I don't understand. We have 5 acres. So if everybody else, there's a 17,000 square foot monstrosity across the street from us, and we can't build a garage that's 8,100 square feet. I don't understand that. So and we want to get along with everybody and do everything as
And
agreed.
again,
We'll work with you.
I would like to work and make it,
Yeah,
to where
we're not-
everyone's like happy. I'm not just want to just be like, hey, I want to put this here. I mean, I want to make sure that everybody's, happy about it.
And I emailed Courtney pictures of the other garages in the community that are exactly identical. So I don't know how they'd say there's no other ones like that. They're the same exact metal buildings. It's all dirt roads. It's all 5-acre lots, and everybody builds, pretty much what they want to on their land, including 17,000 square foot home. And so we have a 2,200 square foot home, and then we want to build a garage for our boats and stuff because we go to Tahoe a lot. So
And that's it.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further hands raised on Zoom. Last call. No further hands raised.
And do we have any public comment in here?
No public comment
Is she?
for this item.
Did you want to comment for this item? Do you want to comment for this item?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
You can fill that out after.
Yeah. I have Janice Rumler.
Grab the handheld mic, and it's on there, right there.
No.
On the other side. There you go. And just state your name, and then you,
Hello, I'm Janice Rumler, and do you have the pictures that show the view? I guess not. But anyway, I'm adjacent to this warehouse going in, and if they are allowed to build it, I would ask conditions be put on it, such as moving it 30 to 40 feet north and lowering the elevation of it. Right now, it's just a giant warehouse that we all have to look at when we're looking up at Mount Rose. The immediate area has one large building, one large house, but the immediate area, none of the garages are bigger than 2,400 square feet. And most of them are camouflaged by trees. A neighborhood about a mile down the road has a giant warehouse-style building, and they use it for their horses. Nobody was okay with that building when it went up, but it went up anyway. So if the Johnsons would work with the neighbors and possibly move the building so it wasn't blocking people's views, and maybe lower it, I guess I wouldn't be opposed, but I do think it's way too large for our neighborhood. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, any further public comment? No further public comment in chambers or via Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion or questions.
I have a question, I guess, for staff or for Mr. Lloyd. What would be involved if we wish to approve something with a provision that there's some discussion on moving the location of the building or adjusting the height? Is there any scope for that?
It would be, I would not recommend that you approve something based on further discussions. If you know exactly what that condition is, for example, moving it 30 feet, you could add that as a condition where it's very clear. But to have just an open-ended, condition where they have to talk with the neighbors and come up with some resolution, we do need to approve the set of plans today. Either as is or with very specific conditions. That would be my recommendation.
Then a question for perhaps the applicant, would it be possible to come up with a suggested shift in the building location, 30 feet or whatever? as discussed with
Absolutely. Yeah. We absolutely would. We had talked earlier that we would do that for everybody as well. And if they want trees around it, we're happy to plant trees. And it's going to match the existing house. And it's on 5 acres. It's not like it's squeezed into 1 acre either. And we also have a lot, and it slopes down towards Thomas Creek. And so that's where the warehouse was going. So it's not obstructing the views of Mount Rose for anybody. We're being very considerate. We want to be nice and love our neighbors.
Obstruct anybody's view.
Yeah, not at all.
I definitely don't want to do that.
We're just bursting out of the seams with our existing one and just wanted more space. And on 5 acres away from everywhere on a dirt road, we didn't think that would, be an issue. So,
but we're happy
to work with anybody. They want us to drop it down so many feet. So, and like I said, if the lady that that's our engineer is there, and it's down on a slope side. So I think what they're thinking is it's because it would obstruct our view over a majority of our neighbors' views. Yeah. And
so we are grading down.
And a lot of the people just have all their stuff just out everywhere. There's RVs and there's all this, there's stuff everywhere. And we just wanted to have an enclosure for everything, kind of. Just so it's
just like the winter.
Yeah, and aesthetically, I feel like that looks better than just having your stuff everywhere.
And it does match the house that's on the property as well, because we're trying to make it look, nice and neat.
Yeah, and we put a big fence around the property to make it clean, and we think we're improving it. We don't feel like we're not trying to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
one other option, if the applicants would concede to it, is to push it off a month, to continue it to a later date where they have an opportunity to work with their neighbors and come up with a reasonable series of reasonable options. That's another, that is also available to you as an option.
Is it set in stone on where it has to go on the property if we approve this permit, or can it be moved?
It is essentially, you are approving today a set of plans, and it has to be in substantial conformance with those plans.
Okay.
If, however, the board decides to impose a condition to move it, you have that purview as well.
Right. Okay.
But you need to be very clear in terms of where you're moving it to.
So I guess the question goes to the applicant, would you be willing to postpone this for a month while you work out with the neighbors where to put this, and the height and all that?
Yeah, that's totally fine. We want everybody to be happy, but we want to be happy too. We bought 5 acres knowing, we've been away from everything. So we want to do that. But yes, we'll definitely work with everybody. We don't want to make anybody upset.
Okay, so we would have to put this off for a month in order to do that, and you're okay with that, right?
Yeah, we can't build probably in December anyway, so.
Okay.
So that's totally fine. Thank you.
Go ahead,
Thank
Julie,
you
you want to make the motion?
I move to continue this application until December
Yeah. Make it time certain.
2023.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. We'll revisit it later. All right. All right, that moves us on to special use permit case number WSUP 23-0026 for Tahoe Golf.
I think I have a disclosure.
Okay.
Because Ashley Wood taught me golf. So, and I know Dale from Rotary. Thank you.
Okay, for hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve a special use permit for a golf instruction studio, amusements and recreation services use type within an existing commercial space in the Country Club Center. Representing Washoe County in this matter, once again, is Senior Planner Courtney Wyke.
Okay, good evening. Yes, Courtney Wyke, Senior Planner. I'll run through this presentation rather briefly. Just as stated, this is a request for a special use permit. The Tahoe Area Plan identifies a golf instruction studio as amusement and recreation services use type. And because of that, that is what the trigger is for this special use permit request. It is within an existing commercial center, approximately 7 acre HOA common area owned parcel in the Incline Village Tourist Center. There are no proposed exterior modifications to the building, parking, landscaping, or lighting. The necessary improvements will be limited to the interior of the 780 square foot commercial space, which will be subsequently reviewed, if necessary, as a building permit. Just to note, in 2007, a Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, TRPA, issued permit for the entire site of the Country Club Center HOA, authorizing parking, installation of permanent best management practices per TRPA, lighting improvements, and new landscaping features. The property remains in compliance with the TRPA permit conditions of approval, satisfying the standards of the Tahoe Area Plan and the Tahoe Area Design Standards of Article 220.1 for the commercial use type. The proposed change in use does not trigger the need for any additional improvements to the HOA portion of the parcel as previously approved in 2007. I do not believe this was included in the packet, so I just thought I'd give you a floor plan. This is what they're proposing to do. A golf instruction studio with kind of one of those simulated golf course style studios. 103 properties were noticed, and no comments, phone calls were received on this request. And of course, all agencies and departments were noticed with no opposition or comments of concern. Staff does believe all the findings can be made, and I have provided a possible motion for your consideration, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant present? Would they like to make a presentation?
Yeah. Chair, board members, my name is Dale Smith.
Can you please grab the microphone? Right there.
I've watched everybody else do it.
Sorry. Yeah.
My name is Dale Smith. I'm with Smith Design Group in Incline Village, and with me today are Will Wolford and Ashley Wood, the applicants. We came down to answer any questions. It looked like it was pretty clear. We've reviewed the staff report. We concur with the conditions, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any public comment?
I have Dale Smith in chambers. Oh, that was you? I have no further public comment in chambers.
And I have no hands raised via Zoom.
Okay. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion or for questions. Anybody have anything? Okay, I'll accept the motion.
Do the motion. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number 230026 for Will Wolford and Ashley Wood with the conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30, consistency improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, effect on a military installation.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you. All right, that takes us down to item E, special use permit case number WSUP 23-0028 for Wiley Grading.
Okay, for hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve a special use permit for major grading for crop production of specimen trees resulting in a disturbance of up to 163,785 square feet of the site and importing 13,000 cubic yards of material. The applicant is also requesting modifications of parking and circulation standards to allow non-paved surfaces. Representing Washoe County in this matter is Planner Julie Olander.
All right, Julie, floor is yours. Thank you.
Good evening, Julie Olander for the record. So this is a special use permit for major grading They're proposing to grow specimen trees on this property. To do that, they need to disturb up to 163,785 square feet of the site and import 13,000 cubic yards of material. And then the applicant is also requesting to modify the parking and circulation standards to allow non-paved parking services. So this property is located out off of Old 395, just west of Washoe Lake. And just to give you sort of an understanding of the zoning out there, this property is zoned GC, general commercial, and then to the east is low-density suburban, and then there's a little portion of GR to the south. The grading is needed to establish the wholesale nursery operation that they're proposing to do there. And as I said, they're grading quite a portion of the property, basically all of it. It's 163,785 square feet, which is 3.75 acres, and the site is 3.76 acres. So we're just down to a little corner that's not going to be. They're also proposing a 6-foot high rockery wall, and that's going to be located in the southeast, and then a detention basin. The site won't be open to the public and will only be used for planting and transplanting of trees for the nursery business. Here's a site plan showing the rockery wall, the area that's to be prepared for parking, and then the detention basin. And then the rest of it is pretty much going to be planted with trees. The applicant is asking for that waiver for the parking requirements. It's nursery wholesale is considered a commercial use and does require that the paving areas be paved, or the parking areas in driveways be paved. Staff supports the waiver as the site is going to be used, not very regularly, and then once the trees are planted, basically just for maintenance purposes. The applicant is proposing to fence the area with chain link and with slats, which will provide screening and security, and trees will be planted along the perimeter of the property every 20 feet. And that's required by our landscaping code. Various agencies reviewed this application. They had conditions there, including your conditions of approval. Staff is able to make all the findings as shown in your staff report, and I recommend approval. The applicant, here's a possible motion. The applicant is here and is available for any questions.
Okay. Did the applicant want to make a presentation?
I don't believe so. He's just here for questions.
No, you didn't at all. Hello, I'm John Willie. I'm the owner and president of Gale Willie Landscaping. So the primary use of this property for us to develop it is to have a place to store and maintain our large trees. So we have a large tree business as part of an ancillary business to our landscaping, and we have large 92-inch model tree spades. And so we salvage trees from construction sites, we salvage them from old home sites, just various places that we come across trees. And this would give us a place to hold the trees and use them later on in landscape projects that we design for our customers. So the property is not for public use. It is gated and locked. It doesn't have regular hours of operation. It's just a place where we can come in with our trucks, plant the trees in rows, they're drip irrigated, and then as our designers for our landscape business design landscape projects for our customers, they incorporate these salvage trees that we have into the design, and then we can go get them and put them in that way. So that is why the variation to not having a paved parking area. There's no office, there's no manned site. It's just used as we need it, and that's it. So any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. One question, Peter Gishon, for the record. Just out of curiosity, is the irrigation system something that needs to be separately permitted?
The irrigation, again, John Willie, the irrigation system is on a well, and it's actually through solar drip irrigation. So that's already there, the well is there, and it's in place.
Thanks.
Okay. I don't have anything. No? Can we open up public? Oh, go ahead. Sorry. You gotta speak up. You gotta be quick.
For the record, Don.
Don Christensen, for the record. This question is for council. I, in a previous, before I retired, had an extensive and unhappy relationship with Gail Willie Landscaping. In my profession is working for the state taxation department. Is that any kind of a, that's 12 years ago. And I'm not real comfortable with voting on this, but if it's, you don't see any kind of a conflict, there was no money involved. It was professional action that I was taking is
If you don't believe that you can be impartial, then you should recuse yourself.
okay. In the case that I would have difficulty being impartial, I would like to recuse myself from that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, we gotta wait till you leave. Goodbye.
Mr. Christensen, yes.
We probably heard too much.
We will come get you after the item is done, but you'll need to wait out in the lobby.
I'm going to order a small pizza.
Don't get too comfortable. We'll just wait for him to leave and then we'll open up public comment. All right, let's open up public comment. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment in chambers and no hands raised via Zoom.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Does anybody have anything to discuss or, okay, get a motion then, please?
I'll make a motion. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number 230028 for Willie Land LLC with conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30 and the findings required by South Valley's Area Plan 2.16 and 18.3, consistency improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, effect on a military installation.
Okay, once again, Don has excused himself. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Will you please get Don?
Oh,
Chris has got,
I think
Tanner
Chris is
Bronchick's
getting
got
them.
him.
Okay, while he's doing that, that brings us to item G, special use permit case number WSUP 23-0030 on TMWA Lemon Valley Tank 1 rebuild. Mr. Lloyd.
Okay, for hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve a special use permit for the construction and operation of a new water tank, a utility services use type. An existing 440,000-gallon water tank is proposed to be replaced with a new 500,000-gallon water tank. The project will include demolition of the existing tank, connection to an existing underground water line, site grading, a retaining wall, a detention pond, new fencing, and revegetation of undeveloped surfaces. As part of this project, the applicant is requesting to vary landscaping standards found in Washoe County Code Section 110.4.1240 by providing revegetation rather than landscaping. The applicant is also requesting to vary paving standards found in 110.410.25E by using 6-inch compact gravel rather than asphalt or cement. In addition, the applicant is requesting to vary fencing standards found in Washoe County Code Section 41240D by installing a fence taller than 7 feet and by modifying the solid fence requirement along the property line to allow an 8-foot tall chain link fence with 1 foot of barbed wire for a total of 9 feet. Filling in for Planner Katie Stark tonight is Senior Planner Chris Bronzik, representing Washoe County.
Good evening. Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. So we're looking at WSP.
Is that turned on? We can't hear you. I can't hear you.
It should be on. It's on.
Okay.
Is it on?
All right.
You just got to get it close
Thank
to your mouth. is all.
Got it. Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. So we're looking at WSUP 23-30. This is Tumwa Lemon Valley Tank 1 rebuild. So this is a special use permit for a construction and operation of a new water tank, which is a utility services type. The existing regulatory zone for the subject parcel is general rural. Under the general rural regulatory zone, a special use permit is required. So there is an existing water tank there. It's around 440,000 gallons. They're going to replace it with a 500,000 gallon new tank. As mentioned, they are requesting to vary a couple standards, revegetation instead of landscaping, 6-inch compact gravel instead of regular paving, so asphalt or cement, and fences that are taller than 7 feet, as well as the solid fence requirement along the property line. So it is located on a 1 acre parcel owned by Tumwa in the North Valley's planning area. It's kind of an interesting site because it is surrounded by a private owned property. So there's a site plan that's been provided. They did do recent upgrades to the access easement that accesses the site. When staff did visit the site, the access easement and the access roadway was in pretty great condition. The site was also well maintained. So the existing tank was constructed in the 1970s. Ultimately, it has worn out its usability, which is why they are before us today. So with the renovation, it's going to be an actual demolish of the existing tank, rebuild to current standards. So the existing tank is just under 26 feet high and 56 feet in diameter. The proposed tank is just under 29 feet tall and about 60 feet in diameter. The proposed tank will be neutral paint color, similar to the existing tank color. One difference between the proposed tank and the existing tank does have signage that was painted on the side that faces Lemon Drive. This one will not contain any sort of signage. It will be a flat, neutral color. So before you are two images related to the site visit that we took. As you can see, they do have existing chain link fence. The chain link fence right now is 6 feet. To comply with Homeland Security regulations, that is the reason for the request to vary the fence height. Additionally, when it's not shown in this picture, but when we did do a site visit on the site, there was areas that had additional razor wire or barbed wire that were placed up, and this was in areas that was being frequently jumped over by the public, whether it was for vandalism or just curiosity. They get alerts, they go up there, they maintain it, they put the wire up there to keep people out. And so so we did notice some differences between the barbed wire, razor wire that they had. So with this request, they're going to have additional grading as part of this. It's going to get expanded. It's going to become wider. However, the grading that is part of this will not trigger any sort of major grading. They will be putting a detention pond to capture any additional off flows, on-site flows, and they will be proposing a new retaining wall on the northeast portion of the tank. So with this, they're requesting to vary the standard for screening adjoining residential uses. So this one, since this was a project that was done by one of our other staff, I did ask her for some notes related to this. So with this one, the reason that they are proposing to vary this standard outside of the Department of Homeland Security regulations is also because this project, even though they have an acre property, they're proposing to fence it closer to a project-specific area instead of along the property. So that's why they're asking for a more transparent aspect of the fence as well. Additionally, the home that is adjacent to this is significantly lower to the site, so they are unable to see the fence as is, so would not provide any benefit of screening. Additionally, we did ask the applicants to provide photo sims for what it would look like if it was solid fenced versus transparent fenced if you were driving along Lemon Drive. And that also, staff made the determination that it would be more visible with that solid fencing. So as you can see here, the yellow is the property boundary and the blue is the actual fenced area being proposed. So again, we touched up on this related to the clarity of the chain link fence. So as mentioned, the applicant did submit renderings. To the left is the non-solid fence proposal. To the right is the solid fence proposal. So with the surfacing, typically our code requires all drive aisles, parking areas to be paved. With this, since it's not going to be regularly manned, it's something that TUML will go up and maintain and check on. There was no, staff agreed with the applicant's request that there was no benefit to having this paved. And so staff was in agreement with modifying this request. Similarly with coverage, so with civic use types, they are required to have ornamental landscaping. In this case, because it is in a more remote area, top of a mountain, bounded by barriers, no one's going to see it. Staff was in agreement with modifying the standard to allow them to instead do revegetation. The applicant did hold a neighborhood meeting on August 14th. It was done via Zoom, and one member of the public attended. No concerns were expressed. So this is in the North Valley's area plan. It is in the Suburban Character Management Area Plan. Staff did find that this was in compliance with all policies of that area plan. This was sent to 18 agencies for review. Those comments and conditions are found in Exhibit A of your staff report. Notice was sent to 34 property owners within 1,250 feet. This does comply with noticing standards. Staff was able to make all required findings, as well as the North Valley's area plan policy, NV 12.3. And staff is recommending approval with conditions. Above is a possible motion for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant present, would they like to make a presentation?
Good evening. My name is Eric Hasty with Wood Rogers.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. My name is Eric Hasty with Wood Rogers. Can you guys hear me now?
It's a little bit better. Can we turn it up a little bit?
It's a wireless. Just hold it like directly in front of your mouth. Yeah.
There
Is
you
this
go.
better?
Pretend you're a singer.
Yeah. All right.
It's just sensitive.
My name is Eric Hasty with Wood Rogers. I'm representing the applicant, Truckee Meadows Water Authority, and I just want to say that Chris did a good job. I do have a presentation to give, but I don't need to go over everything again if you guys don't think so. There are some reasons why we did the variances, so if you have any questions like that, then I'd be happy to answer them, but I'll spare the presentation. So,
Okay.
thanks.
Thank you. No questions? Can we open up public comment, please?
There is no public comment in chambers, and on Zoom, I have no hands raised via Zoom.
No public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. Any discussion, or can I get a motion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Peter Gashon for the record. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 23-0030 for Truckee Meadows Water Authority, including a large water tank, utility services use type, the use of 6-inch compact gravel for driveways and maneuvering areas, the use of revegetation seed mix rather than formal landscaping, and the allowance for an 8-foot chain link fence with 1 foot of barbed wire for a total of 9 feet in height, surrounding the developed water tank area rather than a solid fence along the property line, with the conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30 and an additional finding in accordance with North Valley's Area Plan Policy NV.12.3.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, that brings us to item H, special use permit case number WSUP 23-0031 for Reno Technology Park, Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District Fire Station. Mr. Lloyd.
Okay, for hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve a special use permit for a safety service use type to be developed on parcels with regulatory zone of general commercial, and includes associated grading of 2,000 cubic yards of cut, 9,000 cubic yards of fill, imported material, and a total disturbance area of 145,000 square feet. Additionally, the applicant is asking to waive the landscaping requirements of Section 110.41240A of the Washoe County Code. Once again, representing Washoe County in this matter is Senior Planner Chris Bronzik.
Thank you. Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. We're looking at WSUP 23-0031. This is Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District within the Reno Technology Park. This request does, the proposed location does front Reno Technology Park. This is a request for a safety services civic use type, which does require a special use permit within the general commercial zone. This parcel is located on a currently 180-acre parcel. However, the intent and ultimate end goal is to be built on a parceled out 3.2-acre site. So a little bit of background. When this technology park came to be, it was approved by development agreement by the BCC in 2012. In 2017, the BCC did amend that development agreement, and as part of that amendment, that new development agreement outlined the development of a future fire station. So as mentioned, it's going to be placed on a 3.2-acre site. The proposal is for a 13,600 square foot structure, single story, which includes an apparatus bay, front and back aprons, as well as crew quarters for 6 staff and a captain. The apparatus bay is designed to accommodate 6 response vehicles within 3 bays. The exterior is concrete masonry units, CMU walls, and they're proposing 27 parking spaces with 3 ADA spaces. This does meet Washoe County parking standards. The proposal does have minimal traffic impacts. The Something to highlight related to the development agreement is that Apple is funding this. So the utility easements, the water rights, as well as the funding for the actual structure is coming from Apple as part of this development agreement. Before you use the site plan, as mentioned, they do have traffic flowing in a circular motion around the primary fire station with parking on all three sides. I provided elevations. These elevations do meet the requirements that were outlined within the development agreement. Additional elevations. So this proposed fire station does have a grading aspect to it. At face value with the quantities, it does meet major grading requirements. However, because the majority of this will be under buildings, under concrete and ornamental landscaping, much of this disturbance and much of this imported grading would be exempt from 438. So they are proposing for 2,000 cubic yards of cut, 9,000 cubic yards of imported fill, with a total area of disturbance of 145,000 square feet. All proposed slopes do meet the 3-to-1 slope requirement outlined in code, and no retaining walls are proposed. So the applicants are requesting to vary the landscaping standards. The applicants are proposing ornamental landscaping, but it is a reduction of what is normally required. The development agreement actually exempts them fully from ornamental landscaping, but they are still proposing to meet some of it. So staff is supportive of waiving that standard. Public notice was sent to 46 property owners, but a total of 148 parcels. The applicant did hold a meeting on August 7th, 2023. It started at 5:30 p.m., ended at 6:15 p.m. with no public attending. Staff is able to make all 5 required findings, and staff is recommending approval with conditions. I've provided a motion before you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Chris. As the applicant present, would they like to make a presentation?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can
Okay,
now.
great.
Yes.
Stacy Huggins, for the record, with Wood Rogers, representing Truckee Meadows. Sorry, I feel like I can't see you guys over there. Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District in this special use permit. Chris did a great job summarizing this project, and I know you guys have had a long day. So I'm happy to give my presentation unless you feel like you have a good understanding of this project, in which case I can say we concur with the staff report and the conditions and are happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Good enough for us, right? Oh, you have a question? Go ahead.
Peter Gishon for the record. Just a quick question. Given how development is today and how it will proceed in the future, do you ever phase fire stations? Will we see a phase 2 of this in the future, or this is what it's going to be?
My understanding, again, Stacy Huggins for the record, this is what you will see on this site. There is some potential of an additional bay in the future. There has been some discussions of that, but we have not planned for that as part of this project.
Okay. That's all. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Council, stop me if I'm getting too far afield. My understanding is this, as far as site suitability, I'm going to step out of our normal realm of site, meaning the 3 acres or whatever, to the fact that this particular fire station, which came as a complete surprise to me, and I'll tell you why in a minute, is surrounded by BLM, the whole development, Apple Technologies, and across the road, across I-80, you've got Story County and Lyon County. So we've got this Washoe County fire protection district station out in the middle of the very edge of Washoe County to service who and what and when. Why that's an issue to me is that within the district that is served by our commissioner, District 5, right across on Pyramid Highway, right across the road from the new U-Haul facility. There's plans there on 10 acres to put a station. Is that on hold? Was that put off in favor of this station out in the wilderness where we're surrounded in the one on Pyramid Highway of approximately 2,500 homes? Tell me, how did this come about?
If you're done with your question, I'll start with an answer, and then I'll ask the fire district to answer your question about the timing of the other station. Would you mind pulling my presentation up just really quick? I don't know where to point the pointer. How does that work? Oh, could you just put it on like slide 3 so I stop fighting with your remote? Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Just to kind of go back to where you started, right? So the parcel picture on the right is the larger parcel that we're talking about. The location of the future fire station parcel, I don't know if this has a pointer. Does it have a? I can't.
You just got to keep it pressed down.
Oh, here we go. I don't know if you can see that yourselves, but this very first little corner is the location of the future fire station, right? So this is the 3-acre parcel that we're talking about for this fire station. The reason this site was located generally is that right now, Truckee Meadows serves the I-80 corridor out of their Hidden Valley fire station. So you can imagine the response times from the Hidden Valley fire station out along the East Truckee corridor, which is primarily in Washoe County, can take some time to respond in emergency situations. So a fire station at this location gives them better coverage for the East Truckee Canyon corridor going back into town. So that's why this site was identified as an ideal location for that. So does that answer your question number 1?
You have addressed it, but I'm not satisfied with it's out in the wilderness. There's nothing out there. But go ahead.
I'm going to ask one of the fire district representatives that are here to, if they can answer your question about Spanish Springs. Thanks.
For the record, Jay Swiak, Division Chief, Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue. This particular site where this fire station is going, this was being paid for primarily by Apple. It was part of the approval and the construction process of their facility out there, and we basically were taking advantage of that. The I-80 corridor, as Stacy did mention, is an area that routinely was covered by our station out of Hidden Valley. We do have an automatic aid agreement with Story County that has a station across the way off of USA Parkway, but that area is growing tremendously, and it's going to start to impact their services to cover their own jurisdiction and not be available for ours. As more development occurs out there on the USA Parkway, in Story County, we expect somewhere down the line that more development will occur along I-80. In my career, I have seen proposals for other developments out in the area. They haven't come to fruition, but I'm sure that somebody will bring that about. In regards to your question on the location on Campo Rico Lane in Spanish Springs, that was purchased by the district as a future site, but however, we haven't built on that because we are still in an automatic aid agreement with Sparks to provide services not only within Spanish Springs, but also automatic aid to the city of Sparks. They now are actually going to be building a new station And somewhere in the future, we will either consider moving our station or adding an additional station as the community grows out in that area. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Let's open up public comment. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment in chambers, correct? And on Zoom, no hands raised.
Okay. I'll bring it back to the board, discussion or a motion. Go ahead, whatever. All right, go ahead. I'll take a motion.
I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve the, with conditions, special use permit case number 23-0031 for Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, with the conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30, consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, effect on military installation.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Thank you. Takes us on to item number 9, chair and board items, future agenda items. Nothing? You guys want to see anything? No? Okay, B, request for information from staff. You guys have any questions for staff?
Peter Gashon, can you remind me when Safe Embrace will be heard after the recent delay?
November 28th.
And just out of curiosity, you have an estimation of when we might see Propony at BCC?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
I would probably be willing to bet that'll go into next year, since there are quite a few cancellations in the BCC in December.
Okay.
I have a question as well. The neighborhood meetings and recordings, are they available to the public? Are there recordings? For instance, I was trying to get the copy of the link to the neighborhood meeting for Propony, and I wasn't able to find it on.
You went to the neighborhood site?
Yeah, I did. I did.
The requirement is that all neighborhood meetings be recorded and then uploaded to our neighborhood meeting hub site. Sometimes we run into technical issues when they upload those documents, but they should all be up there. Let me know if it's not, and we can track that down and put it back, put it on.
I'm sorry, I know we're anxious,
Go ahead.
but one more
No,
question.
take it. Whatever.
To avoid situations like today, our admin permits do not require like a neighborhood meeting. People get noticed, but there's no opportunity for them to visit about these topics before they actually get here.
That, I think it depends on the case, but I don't believe admin permits require a neighborhood meeting. Special use permits do. The one that, obviously, Propony. The big projects, the projects that involve a large number of folks, those require a neighborhood meeting. Typically, like a variance where it might impact a neighbor or two, we don't call for a full neighborhood meeting for the smaller projects like that.
Yeah. You could see that, not having another Johnson garage situation. Yeah.
Good?
Good.
Okay, so I'll make sure you guys have plenty of time. All right, number 10, Director and Legal Counsel's items, reports on previous Board of Adjustment items.
Other than Safe Embrace, nothing to report.
Okay. Legal information, nothing? Nothing. Public comment, let's open up general public comment here at the end.
No public comment in chambers, and on Zoom, no hands raised.
All right, the moment we've all been waiting for. Meeting adjourned.